Han Li glanced past the two figures and fixed his gaze on the distant altar, his face showing a hint of nervousness. Just now, that ancestor Yuan Sha detonated the black wind flag, clearly targeting the seal. The area above the altar was shrouded in a large cluster of dark thorns. Although it was unclear what was inside, most of the surrounding stone pillars had been destroyed in the previous spatial tier. Only less than half remained, standing lonely there, indicating that the formation had been thoroughly destroyed. Under Han Li's squinted eyes, the dark mass in the distance flashed a few times, rapidly shrinking, and then disappeared strangely. The altar, over 100 zhang tall, now stood only 50 to 60 zhang high. The upper half seemed as if it had been cut off by an invisible giant blade, leaving only half. Floating near the altar were two items and a person. One person was Xiang Zhili, enveloped in a purple light shield. The originally dazzling shield now seemed on the verge of collapse, as if it would crumble at any moment. Xiang Zhili himself was sweating profusely, his face pale as if he had just experienced a fierce battle. One of the two items was the reverse star disk, about a foot in diameter. It was spinning in the air, surrounded by a gel-like golden light, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. The other item was floating directly above the altar, a small piece of black object. Its peculiar shape made Han Li momentarily surprised, but he soon recognized it. It was actually the remaining half of the black wind flag. Most of this spiritual treasure had disappeared without a trace in the previous self-detonation. The remaining part, still flashing with black light, seemed not to have been completely destroyed. Han Li scanned around but didn't see Linglong or the Black Wolf's figures. Just as he was feeling puzzled, the reverse star disk moved slightly, emitting a golden light from its center. A graceful figure appeared with this golden light, and then stared coldly at the black wind flag, none other than Linglong herself. Almost at the same time, the remaining half of the black wind flag also underwent a change. A black gas surged out from it, quickly condensing into a double-headed black wolf several zhang in size. The fur on the wolf was dim, and its 4 eyes were lifeless. Upon seeing this wolf, Xiang Zhili's face sank. He took a deep breath, and his abnormally pale face suddenly became radiant. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and pointed 2 fingers at the wolf. Swish, swish. 2 soft sounds were heard as a golden and a red sword light shot out from his fingertips. Once released, they immediately grew to more than 10 zhang long, like 2 divine dragons from the heavens, intersecting and slashing towards the black wolf. Xiang Zhili was quite clever. Although he didn't know what had just happened, it was clear that this guy full of demonic aura was definitely not a creature suppressed by the demon sealing tower. Naturally, he had to take advantage of the opponent's extreme weakness and strike first. The black wolf's face showed anger. Immediately, black light pillars spewed from each of its 2 heads, resisting the enormous sword lights. However, upon contact, it immediately showed signs of being unable to withstand them, indicating that its demonic energy had been greatly depleted by the earlier explosion of the Black Wind flag. However, the wolf remained unafraid. Instead, it swept a sinister glance at the altar below and suddenly emitted a piercing howl that could pierce through gold and stone. In the distance, Han Li's face showed a hint of surprise because an incredible scene unfolded. The altar, tens of zhang high, instantly shattered as if it were sand and gravel on a beach, disappearing into nothingness amidst the howling. Almost simultaneously, a thick black demonic aura burst out from the debris of the altar, swiftly spreading throughout the entire space. Not good, the seal has been broken, the thousand-year corpse bear exclaimed in shock. Linglong's expression darkened instantly upon seeing this scene. Although Xiang Zhili was not clear about what had happened before, upon seeing so much demonic energy rushing out from below, he seemed to immediately recall something, and his expression turned extremely ugly. Han Li, witnessing so much demonic energy emerging, twitched his mouth and without saying a word pointed upwards. The golden sword floating above his head emitted a buzzing sound, transforming into a golden rainbow and slashing towards the nearby barrier. After a rumbling sound, dazzling golden light burst from the barrier, but immediately countless crimson arrows shot out densely, indicating that the humanoid puppet holding the Thunderfire bow had released a multitude of fiery arrows. In an instant, the entire barrier began to tremble slightly, but it was clear that it was far from being shattered. Han Li's face turned dark as water. With a flip of his hand, the triple flame fan appeared in his palm. But before he could take a deep breath and unleash the fan, a dazzling blood light and two crescent-shaped flying knives shot toward the barrier. Han Li's startled gaze swept over, only to see that the thousand-year corpse bear and Lin Yinping had already flown nearby, their faces full of anxiety. It seemed that they were also well aware that if they couldn't break through the barrier early enough and escape, they would definitely not be able to withstand the erosion of demonic energy, whether they wanted to ascend to the spirit realm with Linglong's help or had other ambitions for the heaven-reaching spirit treasure. Han Li said nothing. The triple flame fan burst into light in his hand, and a three-colored firebird flew out from the fan, fiercely striking the barrier. The next moment, three-colored halos appeared, runes flashing, and the barrier emitted a deafening roar, beginning to distort and deform. Attacks from other treasures naturally became more violent at the same time. Seeing the barrier twist to the extreme under various attacks, but still unable to collapse and break, Han Li's face became even more sinister. While quickly taking out the jade bottle and taking the spirit liquid to restore his mana, he urgently thought of other attack methods to use. Just then, a flash of yellow light shot out, and a yellow talisman appeared on the barrier. Instantly, a layer of yellow light covered the barrier. Han Li was stunned, not yet understanding what was going on, when another dazzling golden light enveloping something shot down from the sky like a meteor. A monster wrapped in layers of golden flames appeared near the barrier. Under the tremendous shake of the barrier, a hole with several white lights shooting in from the outside quickly healed and disappeared. In the midst of excitement, Han Li moved without hesitation, instantly appearing in a somewhat familiar hall. Several rays of light followed closely behind Han Li, and after hovering in the air here for a moment, their figures appeared one after another. In addition to the thousand-year corpse Bear and Lin Yinping, another person turned out to be Xiang Zhili, who had just reached out near the altar. And this hall turned out to be the 7th floor of the demon ceiling tower. Han Li looked somewhat surprised at Xiang Zhili, who seemed hesitant and unsure of what to say. However, a golden pillar of light directly sprayed from the barrier, and then gathered into a huge ball of light. With a flash of figure, the silver-haired woman appeared in the ball of light holding the reverse star disk. The little old man opened his mouth, but immediately closed it and swallowed down the words that came to his mouth. And the hole in the barrier has shrunk rapidly, and it has not healed. In the hall, several people were silent, looking at each other in surprise. "Humph, if you guys stay here and stare at each other for a while, that demon will absorb enough demonic energy, and we will only have a dead end." Linglong's ice-cold eyes swept over Han Li and Xiang Zhili before she spoke. "Are you Senior Linglong?" Xiang Zhili hesitated for a moment and asked uncertainly. After all, back then, it was Linglong, and the new soul formed by the fusion of the soul of the dream fairy and the demon soul who locked him into the fantasy starry sky, which naturally made him feel different from Linglong. "You seem to know quite a bit. Did Kunwu's 3 seniors leave any message for you guys? But that so-called Linglong back then was just a part of me," Linglong said bluntly. With such a complicated relationship, Xiang Zhili blinked his eyes and was a bit confused for a while. Linglong frowned slightly, but still transmitted her voice with her lips moving. After just a few words, Xiang Zhili was first surprised, then suddenly realized. He quickly looked at Linglong again with his eyes and confirmed with his divine sense that the silver-haired woman in front of him had indeed no demonic aura at all. Then he relaxed and hurriedly clasped his fists, saying. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Xiang Zhili was momentarily stunned, then shook his head and said, "Indeed, since there's a backup formation, the ancient cultivator also prepared another artifact to control the Kunwu Mountain restriction. However, this artifact is different from the dragon transformation seal. It has been missing since ancient times and is said to be hidden in an unexpected place on this mountain. The only ones who know its whereabouts are the descendants of another branch of the Kunwu 3 elders. But these descendants have long disappeared without a trace. How could we find them?" "Another branch of descendants. HMPH, I see now. Those 3 are indeed very cautious," Linglong scoffed, immediately understanding the intentions of the Kunwu 3 elders. Lin Yinping and the corpse bear showed expressions of concern upon hearing this. Han Li also frowned but casually asked, "What kind of treasure is this other artifact? Is it another seal similar to the dragon transformation seal?" "Not quite. It's a stone monument called the Tianjing Stele. If we had this stele, we could activate the backup formation, Xiang Zhili replied casually. Tianjing Stele. Han Li's face remained unchanged, but he was suddenly shocked in his heart, immediately recalling the object he had obtained at the mountain gate. Weren't there ancient characters on it with this name? Almost simultaneously, he sensed a gaze sweep over him. It was as if Linglong had casually glanced in his direction. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Unfortunately, there's no way around it. We should leave here first. The demon won't break through this space in just a few days. During this time, I will gather all the cultivators near southern Yunnan, set up some large formations, and temporarily seal Kunwu Mountain again. Then I will invite all the major sects of the great Jin sects to gather here. This demon is still alone right now. Even if its powers are enhanced after absorbing demon energy, thousands of cultivators attacking together should be able to kill it. As for those true demon chi, they are ultimately dead things. We can simply designate the surrounding 10,000 miles as a forbidden zone and slowly deal with them. Xiang Zhili, after all, was a cultivator in the deity transformation stage. With just a few words, he proposed a feasible plan. Friend Xiang's words make sense. Let's do it this way. I will return to the 10,000 Demon Valley and report this to the Valley Master. This matter is not just about you human cultivators. Our demon race will also send people to help you, the corpse bare side in relief, sincerely speaking. Oh, if your valley takes action, the chances of success will naturally increase a lot. Especially you, friend Chi. I have heard your name since I began cultivating, but unfortunately, I have never had the chance to meet you despite several attempts. It seems like you've been in seclusion all this time, Xiang Zhili said with great joy. The 10,000-year-old corpse bear chuckled a few times and did not respond. But after a slight turn of his eyes, he suddenly turned to Linglong with respect and said, Princess Linglong, our valley master is an acquaintance of the princess from the past. He is. At this point, the corpse bear's voice was silent, and his lips moved silently, transmitting sound. Linglong's expression was indifferent at first, but after listening for a few words, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes. It's him. No wonder how he knew that I was sealed under the demon sealing tower. Linglong murmured softly, seeming to recall some past events, and a hint of loneliness appeared between her brows. Since the princess already knows the identity of our valley master, why not stay in the 10,000 Demon Valley for a while? Our valley has all kinds of spiritual birds and exotic beasts, countless in number, enough to let the princess choose a suitable body. The 10,000-year-old corpse bear said sincerely. Go to the 10,000 Demon Valley. I'm not interested and won't leave Kunwu Mountain. In a while, I will return to the space we just left. The silver-haired woman said something that made everyone almost think they had misheard. Princess wants to go back. How can this be? The 10,000-year-old corpse bear exclaimed. Yes, but I'm not going alone. This person's exorcism thunder is somewhat useful to me, and he will accompany me back, Linglong glanced at Han Li, lightly saying with a wave of her hand. Han Li's expression changed slightly, but he immediately became expressionless. Linglong Sr. is joking. Why take such risks? Xiang Zhili looked at Han Li with surprise and couldn't help but ask, also not wanting this woman to take risks again. I am different from you. I originally descended from the spirit realm. Even if my cultivation returns to the late deity transformation stage in the future, I cannot ascend again on my own. The only way to return to the spirit realm is to retrieve my true body and then return directly through the reverse spirit passage. This time, I will prepare the innate supernatural powers of our Silver Wolf clan. As long as I can get close to this demon, I should have a 50% chance of snatching back my body, Linglong said coldly. This, Senior Linglong, are you kidding? Why take such risks? Xiang Zhili was surprised and asked hurriedly, not wanting this woman to take risks again. I am different from you. I originally descended from the spirit realm. Even if my cultivation returns to the late deity transformation stage in the future, I cannot ascend again on my own. The only way to return to the spirit realm is to retrieve my true body and then return directly through the reverse spirit passage. This time, I will prepare the innate supernatural powers of our Silver Wolf clan. As long as I can get close to this demon, I should have a 50% chance of snatching back my body, Linglong said coldly. This, Senior Linglong, are you kidding? Why take such risks? Xiang Zhili was surprised and asked hurriedly, not wanting this woman to take risks again. I am different from you. I originally descended from the spirit realm. Even if my cultivation returns to the late deity transformation stage in the future, I cannot ascend again on my own. The only way to return to the spirit realm is to retrieve my true body and then return directly through the reverse spirit passage. This time, I will prepare the innate supernatural powers of our Silver Wolf clan. As long as I can get close to this demon, I should have a 50% chance of snatching back my body, Linglong said coldly. Upon hearing Linglong's words, Xiang Zhili readily agreed. However, Corpse Bear hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gritted his teeth and nodded. Despite the blood blade being precious, he understood the value of gaining access to the spirit realm. After a moment, 2 earth-yellow mysterious talismans and a half-foot-long blood blade appeared in Linglong's hands. Linglong carefully inspected these items, then lightly played with the blood blade in one hand. After the blood-red light flickered for a moment, she was satisfied and put them away. She then turned to Xiang Zhili and Corpse Bear and said, in the world, besides the temporary reverse spirit passages, there are some naturally weak spatial nodes in the human realm that connect the upper and lower realms. The spatial forces at these places are much weaker than elsewhere, and some are even located within spatial fissures between the 2 realms. With sufficient external force, a path to ascend to the heavens can still be opened. When the ancient demon realm invaded the human realm, it coincidentally found such a node between the ancient demon realm and the human realm. Otherwise, even those ancient demon ancestors, no matter how powerful, would not have been able to easily enter this realm. Nodes, Xiang Zhili muttered. Upon hearing this, the others also wore thoughtful expressions. Of course, these nodes are not easy to find in such a vast world. In ancient times, even after searching far and wide, only a dozen or so were discovered. Some of them can change their positions at any time, while others are fixed in place. However, regardless of the type, the spatial stability of all nodes is extremely poor. They are constantly on the verge of collapse and formation. Therefore, the paths they open are extremely dangerous, far more perilous than the reverse spirit passages. The most dangerous aspect of passing through them is not the interrealm forces, but the spatial storms that occur due to the unstable passages. Once caught in them, even the greatest powers will undoubtedly perish. However, this is something you can consider later. Right now, the most important thing is to accurately locate these nodes. Although I remember a few of them, many have likely disappeared or collapsed over the years. You will need to find the new nodes yourselves. Of course, before that, I will detail the original locations of the nodes, methods of finding them, and their specific characteristics for both of you. Linglong spoke calmly. We will rely on Princess Linglong for this. Corpse Bear and Xiang Zhili were overjoyed and handed a blank jade slip each to the silver-haired woman. The woman made a copy of the information for each of them and returned the jade slips. Lin Yinping watched with envy from the side, but did not dare to ask for anything. All right, I have given you the items. With your experience, you should have no trouble discerning their authenticity. Now, I will return to the 9th level of space. If you don't want to be involved, it's best to leave soon. I can't guarantee that the ancient demon won't take advantage of the opportunity to break through the space, Linglong said. After Xiang, Zhili, and Corpse Bear heard this similar advice and failed to persuade them, they said nothing more and left with their escape lights. As for Lin Yinping, after glancing at Han Li, she also turned into a silver light and left without saying a word. In the blink of an eye, only Han Li and the silver-haired woman remained in the hall. Han Li squinted his eyes and stared at the woman without blinking, his expression cold. The woman, on the other hand, looked towards the exit of the hall with an uncertain gaze. After a moment, the silver-haired woman sighed. These two guys are quite sensible, not probing with divine sense. Now I can bring out the Tianjing steel. She turned around and stared at Han Li. You are so sure that what I have in my hands is the Tianjing steel. Han Li sighed inwardly and replied indifferently. If that thing isn't the Tianjing steel, it would be strange. Don't forget, I was partly your artifact spirit. I also saw the ancient characters on the crystal monument. This time, as long as you help me reclaim my body, I won't ask for the little cauldron in your hands anymore. I'll even give you the 8-spirit ruler spiritual treasure. Although the supreme spirit treasure is extremely precious, it is not the top treasure in the spirit realm. However, I find it strange that it seems like there's another important treasure in your possession, but I can't remember what it is. Have you tampered with my divine sense? Linglong's tone turned cold as she spoke. Elder, are you kidding? With your powerful divine sense, what could a mere mid-nascent soul stage cultivator like me possibly do? Han Li's heart skipped a beat, but he replied calmly as if nothing had happened. HMPH, stop pretending not to know. The covenant with your artifact spirit has not been lifted. There is clearly a sealed memory related to you. It seems to be closely related to another treasure on your body. I'm curious about what kind of treasure it is that you value more than the void cauldron. The silver-haired woman sneered and scrutinized Han Li with a malicious gaze. How would you know? Do you want to capture me and interrogate me again? Han Li's face darkened. Suddenly, the humanoid puppet beside him flickered and stood shoulder to shoulder with him, emitting a faint silver light. Han Li had already made up his mind. If this woman really wanted to thoroughly investigate the matter of the small bottle, he might have to activate the artifact spirit to see if he could forcibly awaken the silver moon. But it was more likely that before the silver moon woke up, he was already suppressed by this woman. After all, the magical powers of the transformation period are not what he can currently do. It's hard to say. 3 or 5 will be taken down by the other party. This is still the case when the other party is tied up and doesn't dare to hurt him. When the silver-haired woman heard Han Li's question, her face was even colder, and a cold light appeared between her brows. Han Li looked warily at the woman, one hand holding the 3-flame fan in his sleeve, and the other secretly pinching a tactic, while the humanoid puppet's hand also faintly showed a small bow. A soft sound. In the middle of the silver-haired woman's smiling face, she suddenly laughed and exposed a voice that was extremely familiar to Han Li. "Silver Moon, is it you?" Han Li was stunned and immediately lost his voice. "Master, you are really cunning. I temporarily sealed the memory of the small bottle before I merged with Long Dream. If it weren't for Linglong's weakened divine sense in the spatial explosion, which forced the dominant consciousness of Long Dream into a deep sleep, I would have taken control of this spiritual consciousness and lifted this seal. But if Linglong had not seriously considered the sealing memory, this crude sealing method would not have withstood serious investigation. Master, if you want to keep the matter of the small bottle confidential, you must use the sealing spirit technique on me. With my cooperation, I will only seal a tiny bit of information about the small bottle. It should be foolproof. Unless one of us falls into trouble or the artifact spirit identity is officially lifted, there should be no problem in the spirit realm." Silver Moon said solemnly. "That's the only way. But then again, once you regain your body, can you really return to the spirit realm?" Han Li's face gradually lost its joy as he asked, not mentioning why the woman took the initiative to help. "I have to return to the spirit realm. Otherwise, relying solely on Long Dream is not enough to summon the reverse spirit passage. And Long Dream, I and Linglong have a relationship where one is damaged and all are damaged. The artifact spirit identity can only be lifted after you fly to the spirit realm, and then I will have the opportunity to use the secret technique to truly get rid of it." Silver Moon's clear eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and admitted. For a moment, Han Li said nothing. "Master, you should cast the spell first. Otherwise, it will be too late. Then I will break through this barrier with the parchment breaking spell and use the blood blade to entangle that person. Master will take the opportunity to sneak in and stimulate the Tianjing steel. As long as you have a spare to suppress the demonic energy, I will use the divine ability to devour the soul and return to the original body. As long as you can devour the ancestor of the Yongsan, everything will be fine. Silver Moon finally said slowly. After a beam of blood light slashed at the barrier, Han Li, who had long been ready, waved his hand, and 3 colored flames and a huge sword energy burst forth. The humanoid puppet's thunderfire bow also released a barrage of fiery arrows, striking the same spot. Finally, the barrier twisted under the immense force and was forcibly shattered. A huge hole appeared, and streams of demonic energy surged out. With a delicate shout, Silver Moon, enveloped in a ball of blood light, flew into the hole. Han Li, with his wind and thunder wings unfurled, also teleported into the space in a silver arc. As soon as he appeared, countless demonic energies rolled towards him. With a frown, he released the Yuan Gang shield from his sleeve, which expanded into a silver light barrier that protected him. As soon as the pitch-black demonic energy touched the barrier, it emitted a sizzling, corrosive sound, dimming the barrier's light. Seeing this, Han Li frowned slightly. When he had delved into the 10,000-fathom abyss in the boundless sea years ago, the demonic energy there wasn't as terrifying as it was here. Unfortunately, his divine lightning was nearly depleted, and the protection from the Yuan Gang shield wouldn't last long in this demonic energy. He needed to end this quickly. Thinking this, Han Li glanced at Silver Moon. She was enveloped in the blood light emitted by the blood blade she borrowed from the corpse bear, and the surrounding demonic energy was unable to get too close. Clearly, borrowing the blade wasn't without reason. With a shout, Silver Moon shot towards the center of the space. Han Li's figure blurred as he flew into the air, gradually disappearing and hiding his presence. At this moment, a few charming laughs from Silver Moon were followed by several wolf howls from the direction of the altar, and the cold voice of the black-armored woman came out. HMPH, you dare to return. Fine, I, the holy ancestor, will just demonize you. With these words, explosions erupted. Han Li's spirit was invigorated, and he quietly flew towards the altar. In a short while, he appeared within a thick cloud layer, coldly watching below. Activating his bright, clear spirit eyes to the fullest, even without the intentional obstruction from the Yuan Cha holy ancestor's avatar, he could clearly see the situation below through the pitch-black demonic energy. At the original site of the altar, there was now a large black hole, over 100 feet wide, continuously emitting streams of demonic energy. It was pitch black inside, seemingly bottomless. Above the hole, a ball of blood light and a ball of black light intertwined and chased each other, erupting with explosions, creating a tremendous spiritual pressure that made the surrounding demonic energy roll turbulently, as if 2 fierce dragons were fighting, stirring up the heavens and the earth. For a moment, It was unclear who had the upper hand. Seeing that Silvermoon was not in danger, Han Li was slightly relieved, and his pupils, flashing with blue light, scanned the area around the black hole. Although the spatial explosion earlier had completely destroyed the altar, the 2 stone tablets made of exorcism spirit jade, due to their material properties, shouldn't have easily disappeared. One of the tablets should be used to activate the sky crystal tablet. Without spending much time, Han Li soon spotted the 2 stone tablets through his perspective ability, buried under a pile of rubble. One of them even had a small remnant of the transforming dragon seal embedded in it, while the other lay intact. Overjoyed, Han Li glanced at the still-fighting black light and blood light, then activated his stealth technique to the extreme, silently descending. The descent was soundless, and the battling demons didn't notice anything. Once his feet landed steadily on a pile of rubble, Han Li flipped his hand, producing a jade scepter. With a light wave, a faint yellow light flashed on the barrier, causing Han Li to sink into the rubble. As soon as he grabbed the stone tablet, his hanging heart relaxed slightly. Without hesitation, Han Li activated his divine sense, and a blue glowing orb flew out from his storage pouch at his waist. It was the sky crystal tablet. Looking at this item, only about half a foot long, Han Li tossed the jade scepter above his head, then grabbed it with one hand while holding the stone tablet with the other, pouring spiritual power into the blue crystal tablet. The crystal tablet trembled slightly, its entire body flashing with a dazzling light. With a solemn expression, Han Li lightly pressed the crystal tablet onto the large stone tablet, and the crystal tablet silently merged into it as if the stone tablet was made of tofu. Before Han Li could show any joy, a sudden change occurred. The stone tablet lit up with a blue light and then sank heavily, falling out of Han Li's grasp and embedding itself into the ground, standing upright. The upper part emitted a humming sound. Above the black hole, an enraged roar suddenly echoed. Han Li's heart tightened, and without thinking, he pointed at the Yuan gang's shield, causing the silver light barrier to expand several times. Almost simultaneously, a black beam of light shot forth. With a loud bang, a massive ball of black light exploded, engulfing an area over 10 feet in radius. The rubble quickly disintegrated in the black light, vanishing completely, and the silver light barrier was engulfed by the black light. Silver light trembled amidst the black light, the 2 colors starkly contrasting. Han Li's expression changed, and he quickly cast several spells on the barrier. The barrier's surface became exceptionally smooth, causing most of the black light to slide off. The silver barrier finally stabilized. Meanwhile, the Yuan Cha Holy Ancestor's avatar, having unleashed this strike, was once again entangled by Silvermoon. Otherwise, another 1 or 2 attacks would have undoubtedly shattered the barrier. But by then, it was too late. A sudden, intense tremor came from the ground, and from various corners, dozens of beams of light erupted with a deafening roar, transforming into towering stone pillars, each dozens of feet high. Each pillar shimmered with light, its surface adorned with rings of different colors, spinning rapidly. An incredible scene unfolded. The originally pervasive demonic energy in the space surged toward the rings as if attracted by a magnet. Simultaneously, countless fine light threads appeared high above the black hole, densely packed like a spider web. In the blink of an eye, a massive ball of light, as large as a small mountain, took shape. Seeing this, Han Li knew the backup formation had been activated. Without hesitation, he continued pouring spiritual power into the stone tablet. The rings on the stone pillars immediately thickened, absorbing the demonic energy at an astonishing rate. In just a few breaths, most of the demonic energy in the space had been absorbed, leaving only a thin layer, all sucked into the stone pillars. Without the demonic energy to rely on, the two-headed black wolf began to lose ground against Silvermoon. The black light roared continuously, but was gradually forced back by the blood light. Han Li, seeing this, felt relieved. He cast another spell at the stone tablet. The stone tablet hummed, and a massive ball of milky white light fiercely descended. Before it even approached the black hole, the immense spiritual pressure it emitted made the two-headed black wolf fighting Silvermoon panic. Without further engagement, it tried to escape. With a cold snort, Silvermoon vanished into thin air with a flash of silver light. As the milky white light descended, it spread over the entire hole in an instant. When the light receded, the black hole had disappeared without a trace, replaced by a crystal-clear barrier that sealed the demonic energy below. Seeing this, the two-headed black wolf, an avatar of the Yuan Cha holy ancestor, realized the dire situation. Its gaze fell on the stone tablet beside the seal. Having used the transforming dragon seal, the wolf instantly understood the secret and lunged at Han Li and the stone tablet. A ball of blood light erupted beside Han Li, and a sea of blood appeared, surging in all directions. Amidst the thick scent of blood, the three wolf shadows were momentarily ensnared and trapped within. Almost simultaneously, a ball of silver light appeared above the sea of blood. With a clap of thunder, countless fiery arrows shot out from the silver light, covering the three black wolves. The three black wolves, startled, raised their heads and spat out black light, forming a barrier against the arrows. Han Li's eyes flashed coldly. With a flip of his hand, the three flames fan appeared, and he swung it fiercely at the wolves. With a clear cry, three small firebirds, each only about a foot long, shot out from the fan towards the black wolves. Even before they reached the wolves, the intense heat had already evaporated the surrounding blood sea. One of the three wolves showed a look of panic, while the other two remained expressionless. Good, seeing this, Silvermoon called out in joy. She chanted a spell, transforming into a giant silver wolf over a yard long, lunging at the panicked black wolf. The Yuan Cha holy ancestor's avatar, seeing Silvermoon transform, recalled something and shouted in terror. You want to use soul devouring. Dream on. The wolf inhaled deeply and exhaled a cloud of blood-red mist, which turned into flames, enveloping itself. The surrounding blood sea melted away like snow under the sun. The wolf regained its freedom in an instant and shot upwards. But just as it ascended over 10 feet, a clap of thunder sounded above it, and a silver arc appeared. Before the wolf could change direction, countless green threads shot out from the arc, binding the wolf tightly in a flash. The black wolf was shocked and hurriedly stimulated the blood flames on its body, instantly enveloping the green threads within. However, it was unexpected that a cold snort came from the silver arc, and despite the flickering spirit light, the green threads showed no signs of being burned. The demon's heart sank. Just as it was unable to move, the silver wolf shot forward in a flash and merged into the demon's body, disappearing without a trace. The giant wolf's body shook, and both wolf heads let out a piercing scream. Its body convulsed violently. One wolf head suddenly became dazed for a moment, then its eyes became bright and spirited again. It immediately turned its head and bit the neck of the other wolf head. At this moment, the fur of the attacking head turned silver. The black wolf had naturally refused to be subdued. It opened its mouth wide and bit back, and in an instant, the two heads were tearing at each other. At this moment, a figure emerged from the silver arc. Han Li appeared, holding the void heaven cauldron, and looked at the two-headed giant wolf with a concerned expression. Although the silver wolf head had the upper hand, as soon as the wolf's body returned to normal, it was surrounded by flashing black light, with layers of demonic energy flooding into the black wolf head, making it more and more aggressive. Seeing this, Han Li's face darkened. Suddenly, he gently flicked the void heaven cauldron with one hand, and a clear ringing sound echoed. The green threads binding the giant wolf immediately radiated spirit light and tightened, rendering the wolf unable to move at all. Han Li then opened his mouth and spat out a golden arc, which struck the fierce black wolf head. The golden light burst, and fine electric arcs danced. The demonic energy on the black wolf head dissipated instantly, and after a scream, the demonic energy significantly decreased. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the silver wolf head raised its neck, and a phantom of an identical silver wolf head suddenly emerged. It swallowed the black wolf head and then tore out a black shadow from within. The black shadow was formless, like a lump of mud, but it transformed into various ghostly faces, each ferocious and vicious, and continued to fight with the silver phantom. A cold snort from Silvermoon echoed from the silver phantom. The silver light became dazzling, and the phantom's body expanded dramatically, swallowing the black shadow entirely. Then, the phantom shrank and merged back into the silver wolf head. In an instant, the originally fierce black wolf head became motionless, its eyes dull and lifeless. The silver wolf head, however, ignored this head, curling up and trembling slightly, as if experiencing immense pain. Seeing this, Han Li relaxed. He threw the small cauldron in his hand at the giant wolf's body and pointed several times. A large swath of green light enveloped the wolf, forming a giant light ball in the blink of an eye. Han Li then scanned the entire space and suddenly flew towards the seal. Moments later, he reached the remnants of another altar and casually threw several red fireballs. After an explosion, a large pit appeared, with black light flashing inside. The humanoid puppet grabbed the object in the pit with ease. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a fragment of the Black Wind flag. Although most of this spiritual treasure had been destroyed, it still emitted astonishing spiritual energy, indicating that its spirit had not been entirely lost. After a deep look, Han Li put it into his storage pouch without hesitation. Although he had no idea how to repair a supreme spiritual treasure, or if it could even be repaired, its materials were rare in this world, making it extremely valuable. After collecting the item, Han Li did not return to the giant wolf, but instead flew towards a corner of the space, rising higher until he entered the clouds. Stopping with a serious expression, he saw a pale green light cluster floating ahead, with a jade green ruler slowly rotating inside. The Eight Spirits ruler, another supreme spiritual treasure. Although intact, this Buddhist treasure had a strong restraining effect on demonic techniques, rendering the Yuan Cha holy ancestors' avatar unable to use it immediately. Of course, if the demon had regained its full power, it might have been a different story. Han Li dared not act recklessly. Remembering how he almost lost his life to the Qianlin ice flame while retrieving the void heaven cauldron, he was cautious. With a thought, the humanoid puppet flew to the ruler and grabbed it without any unusual reaction. Han Li was overjoyed and took the treasure from the puppet, examining it closely. The treasure felt exceptionally smooth, like cool jade, and flickered with green light when shaken. However, injecting spiritual power showed no abnormalities. Han Li was slightly puzzled. Just then, a muffled sound came from the green light ball enveloping the giant wolf, which then exploded with flashing spirit light. Startled, Han Li quickly put away the Eight Spirits ruler and pointed at the distant void heaven cauldron, his face showing a hint of tension. With a swoosh, the cauldron shot towards Han Li and transformed into a green light, landing in his hand. Han Li narrowed his eyes and focused on the distance. As the green light dispersed, an elegant figure slowly stood up. It was the giant wolf. However, it now had only one head, completely silver-white, and its body shone brightly as it looked at Han Li. Overjoyed, Han Li flew back, but halfway there, the wolf's icy gaze gave him a bad feeling. The wolf transformed into a graceful woman, Long Meng. With an expressionless face, she looked at Han Li and sneered. "You are Long Meng," Han Li gasped, asking gravely. "It's not wrong to call me Long Meng. Now, my consciousness is indeed dominated by Long Meng," she replied, examining her crystalline fingers, her excitement betraying her calm demeanor. What about Silvermoon? Han Li's expression changed several times before he calmly asked. She's fine, just exhausted from the soul devour technique and has fallen asleep. Otherwise, I couldn't have come out so smoothly. Long Meng replied, her excitement fading, but her voice still nonchalant. What do you plan to do now? Han Li asked coldly, relieved that Silvermoon was safe. Return to the spirit realm, of course. What, you can't bear to leave Zueling and want to keep her? Long Meng's tone turned icy. Hearing her blunt words, Han Li blushed slightly but quickly regained his composure. Silvermoon always intended to return to the spirit realm. I won't stop her, nor can I, he said calmly. That's wise of you. Originally, I intended to take the spiritual treasures you have, but considering you helped me devour the demon's soul and Zueling promised you, I, as the eldest princess of the Silver Moon clan, won't be ungrateful. You can keep the small cauldron and the 8 spirits ruler. But from now on, your relationship with Zueling is severed. If you dare to appear before me in the spirit realm, I will kill you, Long Meng said coldly. Han Li's expression changed slightly, but remained calm, neither agreeing nor refusing. Long Meng did not force him to promise, merely informing him. Then she raised her hand, and a black light shot over. Han Li was startled, but relaxed upon seeing the object. He silently grabbed it from the void. It was the black marrow flying knife, which the Yuan Cha holy ancestor's avatar had taken. Han Li took it without hesitation and handed it to the humanoid puppet. Ignoring Han Li, Long Meng checked the seal in the center, nodded, and then walked towards him. Han Li was stunned and immediately on guard. Give me a few drops of your myriad-year spirit liquid. I need it to open the spirit path, Long Meng demanded unceremoniously. Han Li hesitated briefly, then took out several small bottles from his waist and threw them to her. Long Meng flicked her sleeve, and the jade bottles silently disappeared, her movements elegant and silent. She then sat cross-legged nearby, forming hand seals. Her chanting echoed as her body floated up, surrounded by silver light, making her look like a silver moon from afar. Suddenly, Long Meng opened her eyes and spat out a disc formed by the reverse star plate imprint. From a distance, Han Li frowned. The disc seemed real, with dense spiritual energy, not inferior to a top-tier treasure. While Han Li was pondering, the disc floated above Long Meng's head and stabilized. She then cast various colorful incantations into the disc, which absorbed them one by one. In just a moment, a great change occurred. In the dazzling starlight, the disc rapidly expanded, transforming into a light wheel several zhang in diameter. As it spun, golden points of light appeared on its surface, and countless beams of starlight converged at its center. With a massive tremor, a golden light pillar as thick as a water barrel shot out from the center of the light wheel, piercing through the layers of yellow clouds high in the sky. A thunderous explosion followed, causing the clouds near the light pillar to churn, and the entire 9th layer of the space to tremble. Where the golden light pillar penetrated, a bright, transparent spot appeared, accompanied by the sound of barriers shattering. Several black cracks instantly appeared at the center of the light, multiplying rapidly until they were densely packed. After a burst of enchanting celestial music, a giant passage emerged, with the golden light pillar entering it. Numerous colorful light orbs, the size of fists, floated and danced around it, exceptionally vivid. At this moment, a disk about a foot in size slowly flew out of the passage along the golden light pillar and paused at the entrance, its light flickering. It was identical to the disk Linglong had produced. Could this be the real reversal star disk? Han Li watched the passage and the disk in the sky with a calm expression, but his heart was pounding. Meanwhile, the silver light around Linglong gradually faded, revealing her figure again. She lifted her head slightly to look at the passage in the sky, her beautiful face showing a trace of loneliness. Suddenly, she flickered and stood atop the light wheel, slowly ascending towards the giant passage in the sky. As she and the light wheel approached, the light orbs in the passage emitted a buzzing sound. The real reversal star disk trembled slightly, starting to rotate, as if excited by the approach of the light wheel, showing great vitality. Seeing the reversal star disk's reaction, Linglong smiled faintly. After a brief hesitation, she turned to look deeply at Han Li below, then raised her hand, shooting 3 beams of yellow, blood-red, and white light towards him. Startled, Han Li noticed that she bore no ill intent. Instinctively, he waved his sleeve, capturing the 3 beams of light in a green mist. Upon closer inspection, they were a white jade slip, a blood blade, and the last boundary break talisman. His mind was in turmoil, but before he could speak, the silver-haired woman sighed softly. This is information about the reversal star passage and spatial nodes, more detailed than what I gave the others. You might find it useful in the future. The boundary break talisman and blood blade are useless in the spirit realm, so I'll give them to you. Leaving this mountain with spirit treasures won't be easy. Let me give you one last helping hand. Before Han Li could grasp the meaning of her words, Linglong pointed at the reversal star disk in the passage. The disk emitted a clear hum, turned slightly, and aimed its center at Han Li. In a flash of light, a golden beam shot out, instantly enveloping Han Li and his humanoid puppet, making them vanish without a trace. After completing this task, Linglong entered the passage without hesitation. Various colors of light surged within the passage, enveloping Linglong and the reversal star disk. Amidst a thunderous roar, the passage trembled violently, and she disappeared completely. The passage entrance shattered inch by inch, and after a flash of blinding light, it collapsed and vanished. Moments later, the 9th layer of space returned to its original state, devoid of any human presence, as if nothing had happened. At this time, Xiang Zhili, the 10,000-year corpse bear, and Lin Yinping had just emerged from the deep chasm in the demon suppression tower. As Han Li disappeared from the 9th layer of space, Xiang Zhili glanced at the sky with a puzzled expression. "What's the matter, fellow Taoist Xiang? Did you notice something?" The corpse bear, though far inferior to Xiang Zhili in cultivation, had survived since the ancient war and had a powerful backer. Although he dared not offend Xiang Zhili, he wasn't afraid of him turning hostile. "Nothing, I must have been mistaken. I thought the seal outside Kunwu Mountain had been touched, but a sweep with my divine sense revealed nothing." Xiang Zhili stroked his sparse beard, frowning. "It was probably a momentary fluctuation from the seal weakening. Such a large seal couldn't be moved by human power," the corpse bear chuckled. "Perhaps. By the way, you mentioned that the Yi family orchestrated this. Have all the Yi family cultivators perished?" The Yi family elder was a late nascent soul cultivator with considerable abilities. "Where is he now?" Xiang Zhili asked with a stern expression. "The other Yi family members were killed by the demon. I didn't see the elder when I entered the 9th layer, so he must have perished at the demon's hands," the corpse bear replied with a forced smile. "It doesn't matter if he's dead or not. The Yi family caused such a catastrophe and no longer needs to exist. After we return, the top family in Dajin should be replaced. I trust Wan Yao Valley has no objections." Xiang Zhili's eyes gleamed coldly. The corpse bear's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly replied, "Of course. Despite our past relations with the Yi family, they deserve to be erased for this mistake. We should assign new leaders to the mortal world." "Good to hear, fellow Taoist bear. Lin Taoist, you should return to Tianlin as soon as we leave the mountain. You've been in Dajin for many years, but this isn't Tianlin grasslands. Your temple should send fewer people here in the future," Xiang Zhili said coldly to Lin Yinping. "I understand. I'll return to the grasslands immediately," Lin Yinping responded respectfully, not daring to disagree. After all, she was still under Han Li's control. Whether he survived or not, she preferred not to see him again to avoid being manipulated. She hoped to gather the temple's nascent soul cultivators to try and break his hold on her. Seeing Lin Yinping's submissive response, Xiang Zhili's expression softened. He was about to say more when a flash of white light shot from the sky, heading towards the trio. Startled, the corpse bear's body glowed, ready to defend. But the air around him suddenly became heavy, immobilizing him, as Xiang Zhili's calm voice said, "No need to panic, Taoist. It's a message from fellow Taoist Hu of Tianmo sect." Xiang Zhili raised his hand, and the white light descended into his palm, revealing a small white sword. The pressure on the corpse bear lifted. Although relieved, the corpse bear was drenched in sweat. Xiang Zhili held the small sword in both hands, contemplating silently before tossing it back into the sky. The sword turned into a white light and vanished. "Let's go, fellow Taoist who has entered the mountain. We'll meet him, then gather the southern sects to reseal this mountain," Xiang Zhili said calmly. The corpse bear and Lin Yinping agreed without hesitation, seemingly forgetting about Linglong and Han Li. On a picturesque peak in southern Xinjiang, several qi refining cultivators sat in a pavilion, discussing the recent events that had stirred the region. the giant seal. As a middle-aged man in a white robe speculated about the nature of the seal, a flash of golden light erupted from the pavilion's top with a thunderous boom, slicing the pavilion in half. In their stunned gaze, a green-robed cultivator and a silver humanoid figure emerged from the golden light. The green-robed man staggered, seemingly unsteady, but with a wave of his hand, the silver figure vanished. The low-level cultivators were left dumbfounded. "Where is this place?" the green-robed figure, Han Li, asked as his gaze swept over them. Though his voice was calm, it brooked no refusal. The cultivators, now alert, scanned Han Li with their divine senses, only to find his cultivation inscrutable. "This is Jintu Mountain. May I ask who you are, senior?" The white-robed man, the highest ranking among them, replied nervously. "Jintu Mountain. Never heard of it. Is this still southern Xinjiang?" Han Li asked again, showing no interest in revealing his identity. "This is Zhonglu Prefecture in southern Xinjiang," a shorter cultivator answered quickly. "Zhonglu Prefecture," Han Li murmured, nodding. Zhonglu Prefecture bordered Payun Prefecture, where the seal was located. It seemed he hadn't been transported too far. The qi refining stage cultivators in front of Han Li were either from small families or were rogue cultivators. Seeing Han Li's profound and unfathomable expression, none of them dared to even breathe loudly. It was known that anyone they couldn't discern the cultivation level of was most likely a core formation stage cultivator or higher. Such high-level cultivators typically wouldn't bother with qi refining stage cultivators, who usually only got a distant glimpse of them and had no right to approach them, let alone speak. At this moment, they were all extremely nervous and cautious. After Han Li inquired about the location, his expression softened. Suddenly, he waved his sleeve, and several streaks of green light shot out, embedding themselves into each person in front of him. The qi refining stage cultivators immediately collapsed without a sound, without any chance to resist. Without saying a word, Han Li raised his hand, grabbing one of them and holding the person's head in his hand, green light flickering continuously. After a short while, the light in his hand dimmed, and the person fell back into unconsciousness. Han Li then repeated the same action with another person. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Han Li had done the same to each person. After he tossed the last person to the ground, Han Li looked at them and murmured to himself, "If I were more ruthless, it would be more prudent to make you all disappear from this world. Now that I've only erased your recent memories, you can consider yourselves lucky." After saying this, Han Li identified a direction. His figure flickered, and he turned into a streak of green light, swiftly leaving the place. An hour later, the group simultaneously woke up, seeing each other's conditions, and were mystified about why they had inexplicably fainted. They couldn't remember meeting Han Li at all. They were so frightened that they didn't dare to gather in the mountain any longer and quickly left. By this time, Han Li had already appeared tens of thousands of miles away, slowing his flight and directing his mind towards the white jade slip Linglong had given him before she left. After an indeterminate amount of time, Han Li sighed lightly, put away the jade slip, and remained silent with a contemplative look in his eyes. The jade slip contained 2 sections of information. One part described the reverse spiritual channel and included a method for setting up a wondrous array, which was precisely the array used by spirit world cultivators to establish the reverse spiritual channel. Naturally, this array was profound, and the required spirit stones had to be of the highest grade. The sheer number needed made Han Li's heart pound with anxiety. However, even though this array wasn't suitable for the human realm, with diligent research, it might still be possible to develop a simplified version. This would be more feasible for Han Li. The other part of the information detailed the spatial nodes of the human realm. It not only described the characteristics of these nodes and the types of areas and environments where they were likely to appear, but also listed in detail the dozen or so nodes that had previously existed in the human realm. This was quite different from what Linglong and Xing'er had said, implying they only knew of a few. After pondering for a while in his flight, Han Li finally smiled slightly and came out of his reverie. Regardless of how important the information in the jade slip might be for his future, his current priority was advancing his cultivation to the late nascent soul stage. According to the jade slip, passing through a spatial node required at least early deity transformation stage cultivation. At that stage, a cultivator's nascent soul would be fully solidified and could withstand the immense pressure of the spatial node's boundary force. Without this, any cultivator below the deity transformation stage would have their nascent soul crushed immediately upon entering a node, even without other dangers. Now that Han Li had obtained the paying pill and the method to lift the soul sealing curse, he should logically return to Tian Nan immediately. However, lifting the soul sealing curse required concocting an auxiliary pill as a catalyst. This pill, called the Profound Ice Pill, was a cold attribute pill similar to the Snow Soul Pill, though their effects were quite different. The main ingredient for the Profound Ice Pill was a herb called the Profound Ice Flower. Though the Profound Ice Flower was extremely rare, it wasn't impossible to find. The only problem was that it only grew on millennia-old ice. Once picked, it would turn to water within a quarter of an hour and lose its medicinal properties. There was no effective way to preserve it. Hence, despite being a highly sought-after cold attribute herb, it was typically only used by a few cultivator sects located in cold regions. Even at the major auctions in the Great Jin, it rarely appeared. Additionally, since the Profound Ice Pill was only used to counter the soul sealing curse, even Kaiyan Lao Mo didn't have it on him. Naturally, the Yin Luo sect had a few bottles of the pill, but even with his confidence, Han Li wouldn't dare break into the headquarters of a major demonic sect. Not to mention the countless demonic cultivators within. Just the sect's protective arrays would be enough to deter him. There was a vast difference between an array, without anyone controlling it, and one actively operated by someone. According to the profound ice pills recipe, although other cold attribute herbs could be used as substitutes, their effectiveness would be significantly reduced. To be safe, Hanley decided to visit an extremely cold place. This was why he mentioned to Bai Yai earlier that he planned to visit the Northern Night Small Extreme Palace. The Small Extreme Palace extended into the North Sea Ice Island, a well-known cold region, and he believed the sect could easily obtain the profound ice flower. Moreover, besides this matter, Han Li was also thinking about the cold marrow herb and whether he could find information about the solar true fire at the Small Extreme Palace. After all, the sect had kept the cold marrow for many years, and even if they hadn't obtained the solar true fire, they should have some clues about it. Of course, Han Li wouldn't go to the North Sea Ice Island immediately. He planned to avoid the current commotion caused by the Kunwu Mountain incident. Additionally, for safety, he had other things to do. It seemed necessary to lay low for a few years. After contemplating for a long time, Han Li finally made a decision and changed his direction, flying north. Flying northward, Han Li crossed more than a dozen states and counties, finally arriving at a large county called Shuang County. Although this county wasn't the northernmost in the Great Jin, it was close. The area was covered in ice and snow, with heavy snowfall 7 or 8 days out of 10. As a result, the mortal world in this county was sparsely populated, and there were few spiritual mountains or veins, and their quality was lower than those in other regions. Thus, few sects chose to establish themselves in this area, though some small families and many rogue cultivators did gather here. Despite the harsh environment, Shuang County was vast, ranking among the top 5 in the Great Jin's 36 counties in terms of area, and it produced many famous cold attribute herbs and materials. Most of the cultivators here practiced ice and cold attribute techniques, or they were drawn to this place to use its cold qi to enhance their cultivation. They also had an advantage in battles against cultivators with other attributes. Whether in Tiannan or the Starry Sea, Han Li had mostly been in regions with mild climates. Places like this, covered in ice and snow, were quite rare for him. However, given Han Li's current cultivation level, he was naturally immune to heat and cold. While he initially found the snowy landscape interesting, after a few days of travel, he paid it no mind. On the way, he encountered some other cultivators, but with his current cultivation level, he could sense them long before they noticed him, and he swiftly evaded, giving them no chance to detect him. On the 5th day after entering Shuang County, Han Li finally stopped in a seemingly unremarkable barren mountain range. This range, though not large, had a spiritual vein of decent quality. Hovering above a mountain peak, Han Li sensed the density of spiritual qi in the area and nodded with satisfaction. Then, with a cold snort, a powerful aura erupted from his body, enveloping the entire mountain. The spiritual pressure generated by this aura caused the plants and trees on the mountain to tremble, and some small animals and birds fainted instantly. For the cultivators on the mountain, it caused chaos. Those with low cultivation felt as if a great weight had descended on them, causing them to kneel, while those with higher cultivation found it hard to breathe, as if they were under a restriction. Cries of alarm echoed throughout the mountain, and 3 beams of light shot up from different parts of the mountain, flying towards Han Li. Seeing people approaching, Han Li's protective green light flickered, and his face blurred. In a moment, he transformed into an old man with a goatee, looking fierce and malicious. During this time, the surrounding spiritual light obscured him, so he wasn't worried about being seen. As the light faded, 2 old men in black robes and a man in gray robes appeared before Han Li. The slightly younger gray-robed man flew in front, with the 2 old men behind him. Han Li raised an eyebrow, finding nothing unusual about this, as the gray-robed man was clearly at the mid-core formation stage, while the old men were only at the late foundation establishment stage. However, the 3 seemed to share a similar cultivation technique, suggesting some connection. Before Han Li could speak, the gray-robed man, his expression changing drastically, scanned Han Li with his divine sense and immediately replaced his angry look with a flattering smile. "Senior, I am Li Zhongshan, the patriarch of the Li family of Zuolian Peak. What orders do you have for us? We will do our utmost to comply." Li Zhongshan spoke respectfully, though his heart was filled with anxiety as he glanced at Han Li's fierce face. "I don't care about your Li family. I've taken a liking to this mountain. You must all leave immediately. I'll give you half a day to prepare, and after that, this place will be mine." Han Li's voice was hoarse and icy, colder than the biting wind. Upon hearing these words, the burly man's heart sank, but he didn't dare show any anger. Instead, he forced a smile and explained. "Senior, our Li family settled on Snow Lotus Peak with Senior Long's explicit permission. If you wish to take it, may I first inform Senior Long." "Senior Long? Are you trying to intimidate me with him? No matter who it is, if they have a problem, they can come find me. But if anyone remains on this mountain after half a day, don't blame me for being ruthless," Han Li said with a cold glare. The burly man's expression changed drastically, but before he could say anything else, Han Li's sleeve flicked, and a surge of azure wind burst forth. The burly man was startled, his protective spiritual light flickering, but he felt a tremendous spiritual pressure descend upon him, forcing his words back down his throat. The 2 elders who had used their magical tools to fly up didn't even have time to activate their defenses before the wind swept over them, sending them spinning in the air, unable to stabilize themselves. Terrified, they tried to cast protective spells, but found their spiritual power inexplicably suppressed, as if directly restrained by someone. The 2 elders were utterly terrified. Fortunately, the wind dissipated as quickly as it had come. When the 2 elders finally steadied themselves and looked ahead, Han Li had vanished without a trace. "Ancestor, when did that person?" one of the black-robed elders stammered, turning to the burly man. Order everyone in the clan to pack up immediately. We must leave this mountain within 2 hours, the burly man said with a grim expression after taking a deep breath. He, too, had not noticed when Han Li had left. What? We really have to leave Snow Lotus Peak. We fought hard to defeat the Snow Lotus 7 friends and take this spiritual land. It's been less than a century. And surely Senior Long won't stand idly by while someone acts so tyrannically. One of the black-robed elders exclaimed. The other elder was also reluctant, clearly unwilling to abandon their hard-won territory. HMPH, you two are foolish. This person's cultivation is unfathomable. He dares to act so openly. He must have something to rely on. The spiritual pressure he exerted was far stronger than Senior Long's, likely at the mid-nascent soul stage. A cultivator of such power wouldn't be bothered by someone like Senior Long, who may feign ignorance despite our past connections. Moreover, though this person is tyrannical, he at least gave us time to leave. If he had killed us outright, do you think anyone would stand up for us? Remember, the cultivation world is a place of the strong preying on the weak. When we took this mountain, it was because we were stronger than the Snow Lotus 7 friends. As long as our core disciples survive, we can seize another spiritual mountain elsewhere. Better that than to resist a nascent soul cultivator and risk annihilation, the burly man admonished sternly. The 2 elders finally saw reason and nodded repeatedly. The 3 of them then flew back down, disappearing into the mountain. In less than an hour, the mountain was in an uproar. Figures were running on the ground or flying through the air, hurriedly moving between the various buildings, caves, and paths, their faces filled with panic. Despite the urgency, their actions remained relatively orderly, avoiding any major chaos. In just over an hour, 2 groups of cultivators split into 2 routes, leaving the mountain in a grand procession of 200 to 300 people, most of them at the chi refining stage, with only about 20 able to fly on their own. Their speed was quite swift, and they soon left the mountain, heading towards the outskirts of the mountain range. Such a large movement naturally drew the attention of nearby cultivator factions, who sent people to inquire about the situation. The Li family didn't hold back, openly explaining the truth. When these cultivators learned that Snow Lotus Peak had been taken by a nascent soul cultivator, they were shocked and quickly returned to discuss countermeasures. The sudden arrival of such a powerful senior in the area was an unpredictable event, likely bringing more harm than good. While the nearby factions were left shaken, Han Li had silently appeared atop a large boulder at the summit of Snow Lotus Peak, releasing his divine sense to check for any hidden cultivators. A moment later, he opened his eyes with a satisfied expression. Without saying a word, he flipped his hand, revealing a set of formation flags. In a flash, he transformed into a streak of azure light, quickly circling the mountain. When he returned to the summit, the formation flags had disappeared. At that moment, thick white mist began to rise, soon enveloping the entire spiritual mountain in a blanket of whiteness. Seeing the formation's restriction, Han Li nodded. The formation was taken from Kian Lao Mo's storage bag and was quite advanced. While it posed no threat to a nascent soul cultivator, it would be difficult for a core formation stage cultivator to escape. But Han Li didn't stop there. He removed a spirit beast pouch from his waist and tossed it into the air. With a pinch of his fingers and a point towards the pouch, it opened, releasing a stream of icy air and a dozen crystalline white six-winged centipedes. These were the six-winged frost centipedes. The centipedes circled above Han Li, chirping joyously in the cold air. Seeing this, Han Li smiled slightly. It seemed the frigid weather excited these spirit insects. With a thought, the 12 centipedes shot into the surrounding mist, disappearing in an instant. With the illusion formation, and the 12 centipedes equivalent to core formation stage cultivators, even a nascent soul stage cultivator would find it hard to intrude. Now that everything was settled, Han Li didn't delay. Using his spiritual vision, he found the spot with the densest spiritual energy in the mountain's belly, used Earth escape technique to enter, and created a space large enough to set up the heavenly abode, which he then entered. After settling the spirit insects and spirit beasts, Han Li entered the closed cultivation chamber, sat cross-legged, and began meditating. He remained in meditation for a full day and night. When Han Li opened his eyes again, his expression was calm, and his mind was serene. With a press on his storage pouch, a red gourd appeared in his hand. He tipped it, and a thumb-sized, emerald-green, fragrant pill rolled out. This was the paying pill, Han Li's main objective. According to the wealthy elder from the Nine Serenities sect, refining this pill would take at least half a year. Han Li didn't intend to delay any further. Refining it sooner would greatly benefit his future cultivation and battles. He swallowed the green pill, feeling as if he had ingested a cool ball, which soon emitted a faint warmth. Not daring to be careless, Han Li stowed the gourd, closed his eyes, and began meditating again, forming hand seals. If another cultivator could see inside Han Li's body, they would find his 2-inch-tall nascent soul with its eyes open, spitting out wisps of azure infant fire to envelop and gradually refine the green pill. The chamber remained silent, as if empty. Time passed day by day, and before long more than half a year had gone by. The chamber stayed quiet throughout, but outside Snow Lotus Peak, several groups of people came and went. Among them were core formation cultivators from nearby factions, high-level rogue cultivators from elsewhere, and even a lone silver-robed elder, the only nascent soul stage cultivator to visit. However, all were deterred by the thick white mist. After calling out a few times without response, they had no choice but to leave. The silver-robed elder was particularly indignant, attempting to penetrate the mist. But after only a brief moment, he was forced out by a sharp insect cry, his arm encased in a layer of ice. Although not seriously harmed, he did not dare to challenge the restriction again, understanding that the powerful spirit insects indicated a cultivator of higher skill than himself, likely a formidable nascent soul cultivator. Soon, word spread that a powerful senior had taken residence at Snow Lotus Peak, and even the dominant senior long of the area seemed to avoid conflict. As a result, the region around Snow Lotus Peak became a no-go zone, with all cultivators steering clear to avoid provoking the powerful newcomer. Thankfully, the senior's presence remained unobtrusive, and after half a year of tranquility, other factions began to relax a bit. Unbeknownst to them, Han Li, in his secluded chamber, had finally finished refining the paying pill and opened his eyes, his face glowing with progress in cultivation. Han Li stood up slowly and stretched his limbs. With a flick of his wrist, a ball of green light appeared, condensing into a chicken egg-sized sphere. The sphere shimmered, almost appearing tangible. It seems that as my nascent soul strengthens, my magic power has also increased considerably, Han Li murmured, gazing at the pure spiritual power in his hand. With a shake of his palm, the sphere dissipated. Then he tapped the top of his head, and a wisp of green energy shot out, transforming into a miniature infant resembling Han Li. The infant, previously 2 inches tall, had grown by half an inch over the past 6 months and appeared much more solid and distinct. The infant held a small green cauldron, with a verdant talisman hovering above its head. Around it, dozens of tiny embroidery needle-like swords in gold and green hues swirled, looking strikingly impressive. The nascent soul seemed unusually excited, frolicking in the secret chamber for half an hour before it grew tired and returned to Han Li's body. Han Li opened his eyes and smiled in satisfaction. Before taking the nascent soul pills, his nascent soul could only stay outside for a short period before risking instability and consuming its essence. It's said that once one reaches the late stage of the divine transformation realm, the nascent soul solidifies and can freely roam without fear of external influences. This ability is a major reliance for ascension to the spirit realm. Though his magical power had greatly increased, Han Li still had a long way to go before reaching the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. However, he now felt that he could achieve this state with a century of diligent cultivation, sensing no bottlenecks ahead. This pleasant realization delighted Han Li. After settling his nascent soul, he adjusted his internal energy, then spat out 2 golden beams that transformed into 2 golden flying swords, though their glow seemed dimmed. These were the azure bamboo cloud swarm swords, which had been corrupted by an ancient demon. Though their essence remained, they were now less effective, particularly in forming the Great Mountain Sword formation. Han Li planned to reforge these swords to restore their full power. With a thought, the 2 swords floated before him, suspended in midair. He exhaled a green infant fire, enveloping the swords. As the flames flickered, Han Li's sleeve swept out several small bottles and jade boxes, each opening to release various powders into the fire, melding into the swords. Focused intently, Han Li controlled the refining process with intricate hand seals. This refining lasted 3 days and nights. Pale-faced, Han Li spat a mouthful of essence blood, which split and merged into the swords, completing the process. The swords now gleamed brightly, free of demonic energy. Absorbing them back into his body, Han Li rested for a day to restore his magical power. Once recharged, he produced a half-foot-long green wooden ruler from his hand, its ancient patterns intriguing him. This was the Eight-Spirit ruler. During his time in the demon-suppressing tower, he discovered its intricacies but lacked the time to fully explore them. Holding the ruler, Han Li channeled spiritual power into it, but as before, it had no effect. The ruler's green light was its own, unaffected by his energy. After infusing 1/10 of his spiritual power without any change, Han Li ceased and pondered. Moments later, he raised a finger, extracting a sliver of Buddha's light from his Vajra barrier. The light merged into the ruler, which suddenly emitted a bright green glow, revealing a series of ancient characters in midair. Surprised, Han Li focused on the text. As expected, only Buddha's light could activate this Buddhist treasure, revealing its incantations. Han Li, primarily versed in Taoist and demonic arts, had only practiced the top-tier but physically taxing Buddhist Vajra technique to the second layer, insufficient to produce Buddha's light. However, he could leverage the ample Buddha's light in his Vajra barrier for the Eight-Spirit ruler's first layer incantation. Deciding quickly, Han Li infused more Buddha's light, clarifying the green text, and memorized the incantation. The Eight-Spirit ruler's techniques were distinct yet not overly complex, achievable within a year. Storing the ruler, Han Li examined a half-remaining black wind flag. Though heavily damaged, it retained its black glow, indicating its formidable nature when whole. Curious about high-grade spatial treasures, Han Li scrutinized the flag, hoping to learn something unique. However, after several days of study, he concluded it was beyond his current understanding and reluctantly stored it away. Next, he examined the flame-giant cauldron from the spirit transformation hall, capable of summoning 1,000 fire ravens, a formidable ancient treasure. He also reviewed other rare materials, deciding to address them later. From the Kunwu Hall, he obtained a scroll and an earthen yellow staff, renowned treasures of the Kunwu elders, requiring only minor refining for full usability. However, the blood blade, expected to be promising, disappointed him. Initially powerful, it had become an ordinary treasure, revealing its limitations as a replica of the demonic dragon blade. After some contemplation, Han Li produced the golden bubble from his Vajra barrier, containing 5 golden spheres, the 5 sons of the heart demon incarnation of the senior elder of the Yin Luo sect, Kayan Layamo. Looking at the golden spheres, Han Li hesitated briefly before decisively channeling his energy, causing the golden bubble to expand and reveal 5 skeletons covered in talismans, each with a black skull in its chest, immobilized by the seals. Chapter 1074, Taming Demons. Each of these 5 fiend conjoined demons possesses the cultivation level of the early nascent soul stage. Moreover, having been refined through demonic arts, the 5 demons can resonate with each other and excel in joint and conjoined demonic techniques. When faced with a late nascent soul stage cultivator, they might not necessarily be at a disadvantage. If I can tame them, they would undoubtedly be a significant asset. However, their ferocity makes them difficult to control, and they have turned on their master once before. Taming them will undoubtedly entail some risks. Han Li sighed, muttered to himself, and then slapped his storage pouch at his waist, producing a jet-black jade slip. Ignoring the 5 demons trapped within the Vajra barrier, Han Li immersed his mind into the jade slip. Fortunately, although the 5 fiend conjoined demons were no longer enveloped by the divine lightning of exorcism, they had long been subdued by the Buddha light of the Vajra barrier. Additionally, numerous restrictive talismans were still plastered all over their bodies. They appeared lethargic, as if their ferocity had been completely extinguished. After an unknown amount of time, Han Li's expression changed as he withdrew his divine sense from the jade slip, raising his head to gaze at the 5 demons in front of him with a flicker in his eyes. This black jade slip was an unnamed demonic scripture he had obtained from old demon Kyan's storage pouch. Although the scripture seemed incomplete, it contained a few extremely powerful demonic arts, including the method for cultivating the 5 fiend conjoined demons. According to the scripture, successfully cultivating the 5 fiend conjoined demons required the recently deceased corpses of 5 nascent soul stage cultivators. Their nascent souls had to have completely dissipated, leaving only their lingering resentment to wrap around the corpses. With these corpses, one could use various rare materials to refine and nurture them, burying them deep in places filled with yin energy. Every month, one must sacrifice a cultivator who practices yin attribute techniques, using their blood, flesh, and soul essence to nourish the 5 corpses. After 100 years or so, the 5 fiend demons would gain sentience and intelligence. With special secret techniques, one could refine the 5 corpses for several decades, at which point the 5 fiend conjoined demons would be initially formed. Initially, they would only possess the cultivation level of the core formation stage, and their future abilities would depend on the diligence and resources of the refiner. Generally, the 5 fiend demons would stagnate at the late core formation stage. However, old demon Kyan, a prodigious talent, had somehow advanced them to the early nascent soul stage. This might have caused them to eventually rebel against their master. If they had remained at the core formation stage, old demon Kyan could have suppressed them with his abilities. Following the method described in the scripture, Han Li could not control the 5 fiend demons directly, as he hadn't refined them from their weakest state. However, another control technique mentioned in the scripture gave him hope of controlling the demons. This technique involved forcibly implanting several special restrictions on the demons and nurturing them with his own blood essence. This way, With a specific incantation, he could barely control the demons. However, this method was far less effective than old demon Kyans, who could command the demons as if they were his own extensions, and even temporarily transfer his nascent soul into their bodies. Moreover, the risk of backlash was several times higher than for old demon Kyan. If Han Li's cultivation weakened slightly, or he couldn't provide blood essence to nurture them, the 5 fiend demons would instantly rebel. However, this method had one advantage. It didn't require refining the main souls of the 5 fiend demons together with his nascent soul. Even if they backlashed, Han Li could still escape without suffering sudden fatal harm. Though risky, the potential benefits of tamming the 5 fiend demons were too great for Han Li to resist. After a moment of consideration, Han Li gritted his teeth and bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of blood essence. He cast several incantations onto the blood essence, causing it to emit a golden glow. Han Li's face turned pale, indicating that this blood essence was unusual and had significantly drained his vitality. However, he didn't rest. Instead, he waved his hand. With a flash of green light, the blood essence split into 5 thumb-sized blood beads. With another wave of his sleeve, the blood beads floated towards the 5 fiend demons. With a thought, the blood beads passed through the golden bubble, slowly drifting towards the 5 skeletons. The 5 fiend demons, whose main souls had transformed into black skulls and were previously lifeless, suddenly turned their gaze to the blood beads, their green eyes flickering intensely. Stimulated, they began to thrash within the skeletal chests, displaying unprecedented excitement. However, the talismans on their skeletons repelled them, causing them to become even more violent. Their fanged jaws gnawed continuously, producing eerie sounds. Han Li's eyes flashed coldly as he raised his hand. 5 golden swords shot out from his sleeve, pinning the black skulls in midair, immobilizing them. The skulls howled, their green eyes flickering erratically. Expressionless, Han Li chanted, causing the remaining traces of divine lightning on the swords to erupt. Thin golden arcs struck the skulls, altering their howls into mournful wails and significantly reducing their ferocity. Satisfied, Han Li directed the blood beads into the skulls' mouths. After absorbing the blood beads, the skull's green eyes glowed brighter, seemingly regaining some vitality. Han Li closed his eyes and formed a peculiar hand seal, extending his divine sense to communicate with the 5 fiend demons through the blood essence. Surprisingly, it took only a moment for the demons' eyes to turn docile, their violent aura dissipating significantly. Breathing a sigh of relief, Han Li retrieved 5 silver needles from his storage pouch, which disappeared into the black skulls with a flick. Chanting, he expelled 5 wisps of blue energy from his mouth, which transformed into 5 small azure figures, complete with limbs, but lacking distinct facial features. Seeing the figures take shape, Han Li stopped chanting and grabbed 5 wisps of yellow earth energy from the stone floor, integrating them into the small figures like 5 agile yellow snakes. With a command, the figures flew into the black skulls. After completing this, Han Li didn't stop. He retrieved a stack of silver rings from his storage pouch. These devices, crafted from the remaining adamantine silver, were refined based on a secret method from the demonic scripture and were extraordinarily sturdy. With a wave, the rings flew into the air, vanishing into the skeletal structure's necks and limbs without a trace. Finally, Hanley breathed a sigh of relief. With a flick, the golden bubble shrank and flew back to his hand. The 5 skeletons and skulls remained, as a gray flame incinerated the talismans on the bones, and the 5 golden swords returned to Han Li. Freed, the black skulls transformed into gray mist, merging with the skeletons and disappearing. Han Li then recited the control incantation from the demonic scripture, causing the skeletons to stand and float towards him, as light as feathers. With another thought, the skeletons halted, their green eyes flickering as if they wanted to approach Han Li. With a stern expression, Han Li chanted, causing the silver rings to reappear on the skeletons, igniting with azure flames. The smell of burnt flesh forced the demons to retreat, shrieking in panic. Halting the incantation extinguished the flames, but the now docile demons remained still. Han Li nodded inwardly, satisfied that the demons could at least follow his commands to attack enemies. With another thought, the skeletons shrank into 5 wisps of gray mist in midair. A black bottle appeared in his hand, and the mist obediently entered it. After sealing the bottle with talismans, Han Li carefully placed it in his storage pouch. As long as he fed the demons his blood essence periodically, they would remain under control. However, Han Li only dared to attempt this risky method because he had an ample supply of vitality-restoring pills. Even highly skilled cultivators wouldn't dare to continuously drain their blood essence to nourish demons without such resources. Blood essence, the core of one's vitality, couldn't sustain prolonged depletion. The creator of the control technique was a master alchemist who could replenish his vitality with pills, allowing him to develop this method. Having successfully tamed the 5 fiend demons, Han Li felt elated but had another important task. He needed to refine the true flame of Taeyin, obtained from the fire attribute giant cauldron, to use it in combat. Merging it with the violet extremity fire was a long-term endeavor, not something to be done immediately. Snow Lotus Mountain had been shrouded in an endless white mist for over a decade. Everyone knew a powerful master was quietly cultivating there, so no one dared to cause trouble in the area, keeping the mountain as peaceful as when Han Li first moved in. Nearby forces, seeing that the High Master was truly only seeking a place to cultivate, had also relaxed. They continued their affairs while instructing their disciples to avoid the area. One day, a sudden heavy snowstorm covered the sky near Snow Lotus Mountain, with massive snowflakes resembling dandelions falling amidst the gales, enveloping the entire mountain range. In no time, the sky turned completely white. The snow on the ground quickly accumulated to a depth of several feet. Such heavy snowfall was rare even in Frost County. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't travel in such weather, but a bright green light suddenly shot out from Snow Lotus Peak, disappearing into the sky. Half an hour later, the green light reappeared thousands of miles away, leaving the snowstorm behind, and hovered over a desolate mountain range. The light faded, revealing a young man in green robes with dark skin and ordinary features. It was Han Li himself. After over a decade of intensive cultivation, he had finally refined all his treasures and even absorbed and initially refined the wisp of true yin fire into his body. Feeling confident, he believed he could now traverse the human world without fear, as long as he didn't encounter a large number of late nascent soul stage cultivators or terrifying beings like the saint ancestor of the nether realm again. With his 5 child demons and humanoid puppet by his side, his strength and abilities far surpassed what they were before entering Kunwu Mountain, allowing him to face multiple late nascent soul stage cultivators without being at a disadvantage. Given that so many years had passed, he estimated that the Kunwu Mountain incident had settled down, so he decisively took advantage of the weather to leave the mountain and head straight for Beiming Island. Half a month later, some nearby cultivators occasionally noticed that the white mist over Snow Lotus Mountain had dissipated, and the area was deserted, sparking a new round of conflicts over the newly available spiritual land. Beiming Ice Island was actually a peninsula adjacent to the Jin Kingdom mainland, surrounded by sea on 3 sides and connected to the mainland on 1 side, just a province away from Frost County. The term surrounded by sea might be more accurately described as surrounded by ice, as this was the northernmost region accessible to ordinary people. The cold was extreme, freezing water instantly. Even low-level cultivators dared not travel lightly dressed in such weather. The icy climate turned the sea into endless glaciers, with icebergs and snowy landscapes as far as the eye could see, their vastness unknown. Beiming Island itself was only about 1,000,000 miles wide, with a massive ice city built in its northernmost part, home to the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace, known as the premier sect of the Northern Lands. In terms of power, the Little Extreme Palace was on par with the top 10 righteous and demonic sects of the Jin Kingdom. However, because Beiming Island was so remote, most sects in the Jin Kingdom didn't consider it part of the kingdom, viewing it as a sect from the wilderness or overseas. Thus, it was excluded from the Jin Kingdom's major sect rankings. However, in the sparsely populated northern provinces of the Jin Kingdom, the reputation of the Northern Night Little Extreme Palace was second only to Taiyi sect and Tianmo sect, known as the foremost sect of the Northern Lands. Many scattered cultivators and low-level cultivators aspired to join its ranks. The Little Extreme Palace accepted disciples in both inner and outer sects. Inner sect disciples were recruited from a few major cultivator families residing on Beiming Island, while outer sect disciples were selected from smaller families and scattered cultivators outside the island. However, If an outer sect disciple showed exceptional talent or achieved great merit, they could also be promoted to the inner sect. For those who considered their talent insufficient but still wished to join the outer sect, they had to traverse the 10,000-mile-wide extreme cold zone surrounding the little extreme palace on foot. Due to prohibitions, low-level cultivators couldn't fly using their instruments and had to rely on their skills and magic to withstand the relentless cold and snow. Those who managed to reach the palace would be accepted as outer sect disciples. Success rates were naturally low, with many dying from the cold. But every year, many low-level cultivators, driven by the pursuit of the immortal path, braved the journey like moths to a flame. On this day, in a region tens of thousands of miles from the little extreme palace, a group of a dozen people, wrapped in various fur cloaks and glowing with spiritual light, trudged through the howling snowstorm. They had been traveling for half a month, and a few among them already looked pale and unsteady. None dared to rest, knowing they couldn't recover in such conditions, relying only on spirit stones and their own magic to sustain themselves. One man, especially pale and breathing heavily, suddenly bit his lip and took out a vial, swallowing a red pill that brought some color back to his face. Taoist Gu, how many fire yang pills do you have left? If you keep using them like this, you won't make it to the little extreme palace. The hail zone ahead is much harder to traverse. A middle-aged man wrapped in a yellow light shield said without turning his head, seemingly well aware of the situation behind him. Don't worry, Brother Gu. I have another bottle as backup. It'll be enough to get through this area. The young man who took the pill in his 20s replied with a forced smile, showing some fear of the middle-aged man. That's good. I don't want to travel with someone who has no hope of making it. The middle-aged man, satisfied with the response, continued forward, seemingly unaffected by the snowstorm. The others hurried to follow, seemingly relying on the middle-aged man to reach their destination. However, the middle-aged man soon stopped and looked up in surprise. Following his gaze, they saw a faint blue figure hovering in the air amidst the white snow. Strangely, within a 30 to 40 feet radius around this figure, all the wind and snow were blocked by an invisible force. The middle-aged man, alarmed by this unusual sight, realized that this figure could ignore the prohibitions of the area, something even a late Foundation establishment stage cultivator couldn't do. Was this person a legendary nascent soul stage cultivator, or perhaps a high-ranking member of the little extreme palace? But the attire didn't match. The group was filled with anxiety and uncertainty. Are you all scattered cultivators trying to join the little extreme palace? The blue figure asked in a youthful voice. The middle-aged man, though not highly skilled, had some experience. Startled back to his senses, he bowed deeply and quickly replied, Junior Gu Tianqi, participating in the trial. Does Senior have any orders? The middle-aged man spoke respectfully. You seem perceptive. It's nothing much. This area seems strange, and even I'm unsure of the direction. Do you have something to guide you? The blue figure asked casually. Relieved but still cautious, the middle-aged man replied, it seems Senior is visiting Baming Island for the first time. This area falls within the prohibited array of the Little Extreme Palace. The array uses a famous treasure, the Mirage Stone, to randomly mislead cultivators' spiritual senses. Without knowing, one might never find the palace. We purchased a direction plate at the entrance market on Baming Island. Following its direction prevents getting lost. A direction plate, the blue figure murmured. This is the item. It's not rare but must be purchased with a guarantor from the Little Extreme Palace shop, and only 30 are sold yearly. After a year, it loses its effect. Junior bought 2 as a precaution and would like to offer one to Senior. Please accept it, the middle-aged man said, producing a yellow disc from his sleeve. The blue figure chuckled, and with a casual gesture, the disc flew into his hand. The blue figure was Han Lee, who had arrived at Baming Ice Island after half a month of travel. He had thought his abilities would allow him to easily pass through the prohibited area and reach the Little Extreme Palace. But to his surprise, his spiritual sense had been misled repeatedly, preventing him from finding the palace. Feeling both cautious and frustrated, Han Lee encountered this group. Are these people your companions? After examining the round plate in his hand, Han Lee put it away in a flash of blue light. He glanced at the people behind Gu Tianqi and asked a somewhat unexpected question. These fellow Taoists are juniors I met not long ago. We are traveling together because we all want to join the Xiaoji Palace. Why do you ask? Is there something wrong? Gu Tianqi was taken aback and grew a bit uneasy. Not all of them, just one, Han Lee said coldly, staring at a young and beautiful female cultivator below. What? Gu Tianqi was still perplexed. There is a monster hiding among you. Don't you think that's problematic? Han Lee smirked. A monster. Gu Tianqi's face changed dramatically. He hurriedly looked at the female cultivator. The other cultivators were also startled and instinctively stepped back a few paces from the woman, all with looks of astonishment. Senior must be joking. I am a disciple of the Enning family in Frost County. How could I be a monster? The young woman was also taken aback by these words and hurriedly stammered an explanation. Yes, Senior, you must be mistaken. Enning Taoist is indeed from the Enning family. I have seen her several times. The young man who had taken the pill earlier couldn't help but speak up in her defense, seeing her scared look. The others also showed signs of hesitation. Han Lee seemed to not hear their words, letting out a light snort. A mere minor divine sense dares to deceive me. Come out. As his voice fell, Han Lee reached out and grabbed the air. A flash of spiritual light appeared above the young female cultivator's head, and a large green hand materialized, grabbing downward. Seeing the giant hand appear, the young woman's body trembled, her expression changing from aggrieved to sinister and vicious. Her body suddenly flickered, transforming into a streak of light, shooting 20-some feet to the side in an instant. This was no longer the power of a mere chi condensation cultivator. Even a core formation cultivator couldn't achieve such a speed. Han Li's lips curled into a cold smile. He waved his sleeve, and a beam of yellow light shot out, disappearing in a flash. It then reappeared above the woman's head, transforming into a foot-long, subduing demon staff. Under Han Li's spell, the staff expanded rapidly, its shadow growing to several feet in size, and it smashed down fiercely. The young woman was startled and had no time to dodge. She opened her mouth and spat out a stream of black demonic energy in an attempt to block the blow. However, with a loud bang, the yellow light flashed, and the black energy dissipated instantly, unable to resist the subduing demon staff for even a moment. The staff's shadow struck the woman's head. She screamed and fell to the ground. Almost simultaneously, a faint black shadow flew out of her body, trying to escape into the ground after circling once. At this moment, a loud thunderclap sounded, and a golden electric net appeared above the black shadow. Before it could react, the net fell swiftly. Explosions followed, and the black shadow was completely obliterated by the golden light without even a groan. The rapid sequence of events left everyone, including Gu Tianqi, dumbfounded. Han Li raised his hand, and the subduing demon staff shrank back to its original size and flew back into his sleeve. Having done all this, Han Li threw a light blue bottle to Gu Tianqi. The middle-aged cultivator instinctively caught it. The pills in this bottle might help you pass through here safely. Consider it a trade for your Ding Yuan plate. With that, Han Li's body was enveloped in blue light, and he shot off like a blinding streak, disappearing into the snowy sky. The middle-aged man grasped the bottle tightly, his face showing joy. The others also exclaimed, as the young female cultivator slowly regained consciousness. The previous strike had not caused her any real harm. Meanwhile, Han Li, guided by the round plate, headed straight for Xiaoji Palace, but he smiled slightly at the thought of the earlier events. The young woman had been possessed by the divine sense of a high-level demon beast, at least an 8th-level beast. The demon beast had cunningly attached its divine sense to her without her knowledge. Had they reached Xiaoji Palace, the demon might have infiltrated it unnoticed. Since it was a minor task, Han Li naturally dealt with the demon's divine sense to prevent trouble on Beiming Island. However, the demon's intent to infiltrate Xiaoji Palace suggested it was after the cold marrow. Han Li had already learned that Xiaoji Palace hadn't reported any loss of cold marrow. It seemed they had hidden the matter for some special reason. As he pondered this, Han Li's light flew like lightning into a bizarre area filled with fist-sized hailstones. The hailstones, mixed with snow, were crystal clear and hit his shield with heavy thuds, like boulders. But with Han Li's cultivation, he paid them no mind. After flying for half an hour, Han Li saw the hail and snow disappear, and he finally flew out of the area. Ahead, a city of ice built into a mountain appeared. From afar, the city sparkled in the sunlight, emitting colorful rays, surrounded by mist, looking like a celestial city rather than a mortal one. Han Li showed a hint of surprise. But his gaze soon fell on the giant mountain behind the city. To mortals, this mountain was enormous, tens of thousands of feet high, but compared to the colossal Kunwu mountain, it was nothing. What truly amazed Han Li was that the mountain stood like a giant pillar, its surface covered in a thick layer of ice. Without the occasional greenery, Han Li might have thought it was entirely made of ice. Even with his spiritual eyes, Han Li couldn't see the details from this distance, only vaguely seeing a colorful group of buildings at the mountain's top, likely Xiaoji Palace. Han Li didn't immediately fly over. Between the ice city and him was an ice plain that seemed ordinary, but was filled with invisible restrictions, which Han Li, being skilled in formations, could sense. Any rash entry would trigger the deadly traps. Moreover, as soon as he left the previous area, several streaks of light flew out from the ice city, heading towards him as if expecting his arrival. Han Li raised an eyebrow, glanced at the Ding Yuan plate in his hand, and smiled. It seemed the plate not only guided the way, but also allowed Xiaoji Palace to track its holder. As Han Li realized this, the streaks of light arrived. A man and two women, all in white robes. The man was a core formation cultivator, the women foundation establishment cultivators. The man, around 30, with a handsome face, bowed respectfully upon sensing Han Li's nascent soul mid-stage aura. Junior Shi Yun, an outer palace steward. May I know Senior's name and purpose in visiting our palace? Despite knowing the visitor was extraordinary, confirming Han Li's mid-stage nascent soul status made Shi Yun even more nervous. My name is unimportant. I am here to visit an old acquaintance, a senior of your palace, Han Li said calmly. A senior. May I ask which senior you seek? I will notify them immediately, the man asked eagerly. Fairy Bai Yaoye and I have met several times. Is she in the palace? Han Li replied slowly. Ah, Master Bai, she is here but currently in seclusion. I will send a message to her right away. Please wait a moment, Shi Yun said, relieved, and sent a transmission talisman. While waiting, Han Li stood calmly, observing the distant scenery. Shi Yun, seeing this, was about to speak again when a bright red light shot out from the snowy area behind Han Li, about 100 feet away. A cheerful voice came from the light. Are you here to visit our palace? May I know your name? The light revealed a pale young man with gray hair and an ancient air. Han Li squinted, scanning the man with his divine sense, finding him a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator, which surprised him. Before Han Li could speak, Shi Yun stepped forward joyfully. Disciple greets Uncle Master Bai. Was your journey successful? I am surnamed Han, and I once had an appointment with Fairy Bai, so I came to visit. Han Li calmly replied. Oh, so your brother Han. Fairy Bai. Could it be Sister Bai Yao Yi? The cultivator surnamed Ren pondered for a moment, his expression showing a hint of realization. Yes, it's Fairy Bai, Han Li replied calmly. Well then, that works out perfectly. I was just about to visit Sister Bai in the palace. How about I show you the way, Brother Han? The cultivator named Ren's eyes brightened with unusual enthusiasm as he spoke. Han Li remained composed outwardly, though inwardly he was somewhat surprised. Before he could formulate a response, a sudden flash of red light appeared in the distance, and a crimson light shot straight towards Shi Yun. It's Senior Bai's messaging talisman. Shi Yun caught the flame in his hand and hurriedly explained. Han Li was about to speak, but he held back his words. Shi Yun immersed himself in the flame for a moment, then respectfully said to Han Li, Senior Han, Senior Bai is delighted to hear of your arrival and has ended her seclusion. Please come to Bai Enning-ji to meet her. Bai Enning-ji, Shi Yun, go ahead with your business. Brother Han, let's go. The cultivator named Ren interrupted without hesitation. Upon hearing this, Shi Yun dared not oppose. Han Li frowned slightly, finding it difficult to refuse outright, so he nodded and said, Then I'll trouble Brother Ren. Ha, Sister Bai and I are as close as siblings. Since you are a friend of Sister Bai, you are also my friend. Please, the cultivator named Ren said politely, then turned into a streak of crimson light and flew ahead, leading the way. Han Li followed closely, without any reservations. Is this your first time at our Xiao-Jai Palace? The cultivator named Ren suddenly asked as they flew. It is indeed my first time on Beiming Island. Your palace is truly worthy of being the foremost sect in the north, quite impressive indeed. Han Li smiled wryly and replied. Upon hearing Han Li's words, the cultivator named Ren also showed a hint of satisfaction. Brother Han, you flatter me. But if it weren't for our remote location, it wouldn't be difficult for us to be among the top 10 sects, whether orthodox or demonic. By the way, Sister Bai has only left once in the past 10 years. I suppose you met her during that time. With your profound cultivation, may I ask which sect you come from? I don't mean to pry, but despite our location in the far north, I often travel around Dajin and am somewhat familiar with some well-known figures. He changed the subject, subtly probing into Han Li's background. Han Li chuckled softly. I am not from Dajin, so it's not surprising that you wouldn't know. Sister Bai knows some details about my origins, though. Han Li looked at him, smiling ambiguously. I see. I was wondering how such a high-level cultivator could come from Dajin and remain obscure. Ren Bai discerned a hint of displeasure from Han Li's tone and chuckled awkwardly, ceasing his questioning. After all, discovering that Han Li was not from Dajin was already some form of gain. At this moment, the two flew to the entrance of the Ice City and landed their flight. Because the sky above the Ice City was faintly glowing with rosy light, covering the entire area except for the giant mountains, it clearly indicated a formidable restriction. Standing under the city gate, Han Li felt even more captivated by the beauty of this ice city. Although the 30-plus Shanghai ice walls did not seem very tall, their extraordinary clarity made them mesmerizing, irresistibly attractive. What was even more astonishing was that the entire ice wall was not built from brick-like ice blocks, but was completely transparent, as if it had been carved directly from a huge block of ice with exquisite craftsmanship, without a single crack on its surface. At the city gate, there were more than 10 cultivators dressed in white robes guarding there. The highest cultivation among them was only at the foundation establishment stage. But what caught one's attention was several ape-like white spirit beasts standing beside them, with long white fur, pure white and flawless, half squatting there, their green eyes flashing with sinister cold light. These ape-like spirit beasts were a kind of snow ape that specifically grew in extremely cold regions. Although their rank was not high, they were exceptionally intelligent and easy to tame, hence many cultivators in the northern region raised them. But these snow apes were somewhat different. Not only were they all much larger than ordinary snow apes, they also exuded an aura comparable to 4th or 5th level demonic beasts, almost approaching the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator. Han Li couldn't help but glance at them more. It seemed that Xiao Jai Palace, as the foremost sect in the northern region, must have some unique techniques in raising these snow apes. Seeing Ren, the cultivator named Ren, approach, the cultivators at the city gate immediately stood aside respectfully, addressing him continuously as senior uncle. Ren Bai didn't even nod his head, simply saying him lightly as he walked past them. Although these cultivators saw that Han Li was unfamiliar, since he was accompanied by this senior uncle, they naturally didn't dare to ask any more questions. However, as Han Li walked through the city gate and passed by those snow apes, a strange change suddenly occurred. These few demonic beasts suddenly emitted a few whimpering sounds from their mouths, followed by panic-stricken retreats. Several Xiao Jai Palace cultivators beside them were shocked and immediately rebuked them in beast language, but these snow apes completely ignored them, all curling up to the side, their faces showing an exceptionally reverent look towards Han Li. Seeing this scene, Ren Bai couldn't help but exclaim, glanced at Han Li, and showed a hint of strangeness on his face. Does Senior carry high-level ape-like spirit beasts? Although these snow apes are not highly valued, they have exceptionally keen spiritual senses among their kind. They must have sensed your spirit beast to be so afraid. Ren Bai spoke, hinting that Han Li's spirit beast was extraordinary. I do have a monkey-like spirit beast with me. It's just that it's not very useful, and I rarely use it. Han Li casually replied upon hearing this, but he showed no intention of summoning the weeping soul from his spirit beast bag. Ren Bai smiled faintly and didn't pursue the matter any further. Subsequently, the two entered the Ice City. The main street in the Ice City was unusually straight and wide, with the ground also covered in a thick layer of ice, leading straight to the city gate. Looking into the distance, there weren't many people on the street, mostly low-level cultivators dressed in yellow and white robes. The houses on both sides of the street were neatly arranged. Calling it a city was not as appropriate as calling it a castle. Han Li hadn't had time to look closely, But Ren, the cultivator named Ren, transformed into a streak of light once again and flew straight to the giant mountain from a low altitude. Han Li's expression moved slightly, but he didn't hesitate to follow. After a while, the two landed on a glacier platform on the mountain's side. Han Li nodded slightly to indicate understanding. Immediately, the two walked up a crystal-clear ice ladder along the platform. There were evidently not many disciples qualified to enter the inner palace of Xiao Palace, as they encountered only a few people along the way. These people all came forward respectfully to greet Ren, regardless of their cultivation level. Unlike at the city gate, this elder from Xiao Palace smiled at everyone, high or low in cultivation. Han Li paid attention and noticed that these inner palace cultivators were all outstanding, with remarkable aptitudes regardless of their cultivation level. Along this road, even with Han Li's array formation proficiency, he had detected at least 3 or 4 formidable restrictions that made him shiver in their power. It seemed that Xiao Palace had at least one master-level array formation grandmaster. This heightened Han Li's interest in Xiao Palace even more, and he secretly wondered if he should find this array formation grandmaster later to exchange insights on array formations. While contemplating this, Ren, the cultivator named Ren, suddenly turned into another secluded and much more remote path, leading them to a high ice wall. Han Li glanced at this ice wall, his eyebrows twitching slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. At this moment, Ren, the cultivator named Ren, raised his hand and a silver light flashed from his hand, revealing a jade plaque. Silver light burst forth from the plaque, disappearing into the ice wall with a flash. After a moment, the ice wall trembled silently and slowly split in the middle, revealing a passage 2 zhang wide. The Cernamide cultivator turned his head and explained to Han Li. The buildings that appear as palaces on the mountain peak are actually residences for low-level disciples of the inner sect. The true high-level disciples of the inner sect reside in the cold Lur secret realm behind this wall. This is the true core of our little extreme palace. If Brother Han wasn't a close friend of senior sister Bai, I wouldn't dare to easily bring outsiders here. Han Li heard the surnamed cultivator's flattering words with a faint smile on his face, but he didn't think much of it. The so-called Cold Lur secret realm was probably well known among Northern Realm cultivators and no longer held any secrets. Otherwise, why would Bai Yaoyi directly summon him here? And why would this person easily bring him here when they had never interacted before? This made Han Li more cautious and suspicious of the person in front of him. However, at this moment, seeing the other party inviting him inside, Han Li didn't show any intention of politeness. The two immediately walked shoulder to shoulder into the passage. The passage wasn't too long, only 100 or so yards. When Han Li walked out of the passage and swept his gaze forward, he couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. Lush and verdant, filled with the songs of birds and the fragrance of flowers, it turned out to be a fully enclosed valley surrounded by 4 walls. Various exotic flowers and plants were everywhere, basking in the bright sunlight, giving the impression of perpetual spring. The valley covered several miles in area, enclosed by steep green mountain walls all around. Along the walls, pavilions and terraces were constructed, each exquisitely crafted and adding to the valley's beauty. In the middle of the valley, 3 grand halls built from white jade were situated, occupying nearly a third of the valley's space. As Hanley gazed at the 3 grand halls, his expression subtly changed, and a hint of astonishment surged in his heart. Sutian Palace. Hanley cried out silently, his heart filled with shock. These 3 white jade palaces, differing only in size, looked almost identical to the Su Tian Palace that had appeared in the chaotic Star Sea. Made of flawless white jade, exquisitely beautiful and emitting a faint glow, these 3 palaces were only 1/3 the size of the floating palace in the void. Hanley suppressed his astonishment and looked again, finally confirming that he hadn't seen wrong. The 3 palaces indeed had some connection to the Su Tian Palace. However, there were no plaques above the palace doors. Hanley's eyes twitched, but he casually said to the surnamed cultivator, "Is this the inner palace of the little extreme palace? It is indeed a place of spiritual significance. But these 3 palaces seem to have some history. Do they have any particular origin?" The surnamed cultivator glanced at the 3 palaces and casually replied, "You must be talking about the Su Ling Palace. These 3 palaces have been here since the founding of our sect. It is said that they were built by our sect's founder and some friends using great magic, containing much mystery within." Su Ling Palace, Hanley muttered, his eyes showing a hint of peculiarity. "Why, Brother Han, are you interested in them? But unless something major happens, these 3 palaces are always sealed. They can only be opened with the agreement of more than half of the elders. As for the reason, please forgive me for not being able to divulge it," the surnamed cultivator said with a mysterious smile, seeing Hanley's interest. Seeing the other party's expression, Hanley chuckled and didn't ask further. Asking more would seem like prying into another sect's secrets, which was a big taboo. Moreover, even if the 3 palaces were related to the Su Tian Palace, it had nothing to do with him. The most important treasure, the Su Tian cauldron, he had already obtained. "Brother Han, please follow me. The Bai Enning Pavilion is over there. It seems that senior sister Bai values you greatly. This pavilion is specifically for entertaining close friends and is quite elegant and tranquil," the surnamed cultivator, who seemed well informed about Bai Yaoyi's matters, said. "Is that so? I am truly flattered," Hanli smiled faintly. The surnamed cultivator chuckled and led Han Li to the mountain wall, finally landing in front of a 3-story pavilion. Each floor was over 10 feet high, constructed entirely of green wood and half embedded in the mountain wall. Above the entrance hung a pale yellow plaque with the words "Bai Enning Pavilion" written in silver characters. As soon as Han Li's feet touched the ground, a woman in white robes came out from the pavilion and greeted, "Greetings, Marshal Uncle Ren. Is this Senior Han?" The woman, with a graceful appearance, looked surprised to see the surnamed cultivator with Han Li, but immediately greeted them respectfully. "That's right. Is Fairy by inside?" Han Li asked calmly. "My master has just finished her seclusion and is stabilizing her power inside. She specifically sent me to welcome Senior Han. Please don't take offense." The woman stepped aside to clear the path, but did not extend the same courtesy to the surnamed cultivator. "Marshal Niece Yan, I need to see your master. I have something to discuss with her," the surnamed cultivator said without hesitation. "Marshal Uncle Ren, this puts me in a difficult position. You know, Master has ordered not to see you. Last time, when junior sister Gong let you in, she was severely punished afterward," the woman said with a wry smile, looking troubled. "This time is different. I am accompanying Brother Han. Surely your master would not refuse to see him," the surnamed cultivator said, his face slightly red, but his eyes rolling, seemingly taking advantage of Han Li's presence. The woman hesitated. "Let Marshal Uncle Ren in. I will see him." A pleasant female voice suddenly came from upstairs. It was Bai Yai's voice. "By your command. Marshal Uncle Ren, please enter." The woman stepped back further, no longer blocking the way. The surnamed cultivator showed a hint of joy upon hearing Bai Yai's voice, his lips moving slightly, as if trying to communicate with her through sound transmission. "Senior Brother Ren, whatever you have to say, discuss it inside. Leaving Brother Han outside makes our little extreme palace seem quite discourteous." Bai Yai's calm voice came again, showing no intention of hiding anything from Han Li. Han Li stroked his chin upon hearing this, and remained silent with a smile. "This was indeed my oversight. Brother Han, let's discuss inside," the surnamed cultivator said awkwardly to Han Li. "Not at all. Brother Ren seems to be a straightforward person," Han Li replied with a smile. Now he understood why the surnamed cultivator was so eager to establish a rapport upon hearing he was visiting Bai Yai. It seemed the man had deep feelings for her, which significantly reduced Han Li's wariness. Following the woman in white, the two entered Bai Enning Pavilion. The first floor wasn't very large, only about 20 feet square, with simple bamboo furniture. In the corners were pots of pale yellow spirit flowers, fist-sized and fragrant, filling the pavilion with spiritual energy that even caught Han Li's eye. Bai Yai did not immediately come down, but as soon as Han Li and the surnamed cultivator sat down on the bamboo chairs, her apologetic voice came from above. "Brother Han, please wait a moment. My cultivation technique is special, and I need to finish circulating my power before coming down to meet you. In the meantime, please enjoy our little extreme palace's ice spirit fruit." As soon as she finished speaking, the prepared woman in white clapped her hands lightly. Two young women in white robes walked in, each carrying a crimson tray with thumb-sized, translucent berries resembling pearls. After placing the trays on the table beside the bamboo chairs, the two women respectfully retreated. Ice spirit fruit is unique to our little extreme palace. Even us elders only get a few clusters each year. It is delicious and sweet, containing extremely pure ice gold spiritual power. Regular consumption by those cultivating ice attribute techniques can benefit their cultivation, the surnamed cultivator explained, then tossed a berry into his mouth and chewed. Seeing this, Hanley followed suit, placing a berry into his mouth. As soon as he bit into it, a wave of icy energy rolled in his mouth, indeed containing pure ice gold spiritual power. Although Hanley didn't cultivate ice attribute techniques, he had two extremely cold flames, the purple Luo extreme fire and the Taiyan true fire, making the cold energy negligible. He immediately absorbed the spiritual power and, intrigued, took another berry. Noticing this, the surnamed cultivator's expression changed slightly. Ice spirit fruit was beneficial to any cultivator, but those not cultivating ice or fire techniques usually had to convert the cold energy first, risking damage to their internal organs. Yet Hanley, who clearly had wood attribute spiritual power, could consume the fruit effortlessly. As the surnamed cultivator pondered this, footsteps came from upstairs and a graceful woman in white descended. Hanley's eyes narrowed, and he stood up with a smile. Fairy Bai, it's been over 10 years. I hope you've been well. Senior sister Bai, you finally agreed to see me. The surnamed cultivator also stood up joyfully. After our parting, I knew Brother Han would not invite me without reason. I've been waiting for your visit for years. Your arrival today is somewhat unexpected. As for Senior Brother Ren, if not for Brother Han, I really did not want to see you. Bai Yayi smiled at Han Li, but turned coldly to the surnamed cultivator. I have found a solution this time, and will not disappoint you, the surnamed cultivator said eagerly. A solution? If it's just about that, we can discuss it later. Brother Han has come a long way. Let's put it aside for now. Bai Yayi shook her head. That's fine. I can find another time to discuss it with you. I'm already grateful that you agreed to see me, the surnamed cultivator said with a smile, quickly understanding. Bai Yayi nodded and sat in the main seat, while Han Li and the surnamed cultivator resumed their seats. Fairy Bai's cultivation has improved significantly compared to 10 years ago, Han Li said with a smile after observing her for a moment. Brother Han jests. In terms of abilities, even two of me combined can't compare to you, Bai Yayi replied with a smile, remembering Han Li's impressive display in the Yin-Yang Cave and Kunwu Mountain, thus treating him with great respect. Hearing Bai Yayi's high praise, the surnamed cultivator's expression changed as he reevaluated Han Li. Bai Yayi continued, 10 years ago, Brother Han mentioned visiting our sect. You wouldn't say such a thing without reason. There must be something important. Since Fairy Bai asks so directly, I won't hide it. I came to the little extreme palace because I have a favor to ask of you, Han Li replied with a smile after a brief contemplation. Sutian Palace. Han Li cried out silently, his heart filled with shock. These 3 white jade palaces, differing only in size, looked almost identical to the Su Tian palace that had appeared in the chaotic star sea. Made of flawless white jade, exquisitely beautiful and emitting a faint glow, these 3 palaces were only 1/3 the size of the floating palace in the void. Han Li suppressed his astonishment and looked again, finally confirming that he hadn't seen wrong. The 3 palaces indeed had some connection to the Su Tian palace. However, there were no plaques above the palace doors. Han Li's eyes twitched, but he casually said to the surnamed cultivator, "Is this the inner palace of the little extreme palace? It is indeed a place of spiritual significance. But these 3 palaces seem to have some history. Do they have any particular origin?" The surnamed cultivator glanced at the 3 palaces and casually replied, "You must be talking about the Su Ling Palace. These 3 palaces have been here since the founding of our sect. It is said that they were built by our sect's founder and some friends using great magic, containing much mystery within." Su Ling Palace, Han Li muttered, his eyes showing a hint of peculiarity. "Why, Brother Han, are you interested in them? But unless something major happens, these 3 palaces are always sealed. They can only be opened with the agreement of more than half of the elders. As for the reason, please forgive me for not being able to divulge it," the surnamed cultivator said with a mysterious smile, seeing Han Li's interest. Seeing the other party's expression, Han Li chuckled and didn't ask further. Asking more would seem like prying into another sect's secrets, which was a big taboo. Moreover, even if the 3 palaces were related to the Su Tian Palace, it had nothing to do with him. The most important treasure, the Su Tian cauldron, he had already obtained. "Brother Han, please follow me. The Bai Enning Pavilion is over there. It seems that senior sister Bai values you greatly. This pavilion is specifically for entertaining close friends and is quite elegant and tranquil," the surnamed cultivator, who seemed well informed about Bai Yaoyi's matters, said. "Is that so? I am truly flattered," Han Li smiled faintly. The surnamed cultivator chuckled and led Han Li to the mountain wall, finally landing in front of a 3-story pavilion. Each floor was over 10 feet high, constructed entirely of green wood and half embedded in the mountain wall. Above the entrance hung a pale yellow plaque with the words "Bai Enning Pavilion" written in silver characters. As soon as Han Li's feet touched the ground, a woman in white robes came out from the pavilion and greeted, "Greetings, Marshal Uncle Ren. Is this Senior Han?" The woman, with a graceful appearance, looked surprised to see the surnamed cultivator with Han Li, but immediately greeted them respectfully. "That's right. Is Fairy Bai inside?" Han Li asked calmly. "My master has just finished her seclusion and is stabilizing her power inside. She specifically sent me to welcome Senior Han. Please don't take offense." The woman stepped aside to clear the path, but did not extend the same courtesy to the surnamed cultivator. "Marshal Niece Yan, I need to see your master. I have something to discuss with her," the surnamed cultivator said without hesitation. "Marshal Uncle Ren, this puts me in a difficult position. You know, Master has ordered not to see you. Last time, when junior sister Gong let you in, She was severely punished afterward, the woman said with a wry smile, looking troubled. This time is different. I am accompanying Brother Han. Surely your master would not refuse to see him, the surnamed Cultivator said, his face slightly red, but his eyes rolling, seemingly taking advantage of Han Li's presence. This, the woman hesitated. Let Marshal Uncle Ren in. I will see him. A pleasant female voice suddenly came from upstairs. It was Bai Yayi's voice. By your command. Marshal Uncle Ren, please enter. The woman stepped back further, no longer blocking the way. The surnamed Cultivator showed a hint of joy upon hearing Bai Yayi's voice, his lips moving slightly, as if trying to communicate with her through sound transmission. Senior Brother Ren, whatever you have to say, discuss it inside. Leaving Brother Han outside makes our little extreme palace seem quite discourteous. Bai Yayi's calm voice came again, showing no intention of hiding anything from Han Li. Han Li stroked his chin upon hearing this, and remained silent with a smile. This was indeed my oversight. Brother Han, let's discuss inside, the surnamed Cultivator said awkwardly to Han Li. Not at all. Brother Ren seems to be a straightforward person, Han Li replied with a smile. Now he understood why the surnamed Cultivator was so eager to establish a rapport upon hearing he was visiting Bai Yayi. It seemed the man had deep feelings for her, which significantly reduced Han Li's wariness. Following the woman in white, the two entered Bai Enning Pavilion. The first floor wasn't very large, only about 20 feet square, with simple bamboo furniture. In the corners were pots of pale yellow spirit flowers, fist-sized and fragrant, filling the pavilion with spiritual energy that even caught Han Li's eye. Bai Yayi did not immediately come down, but as soon as Han Li and the surnamed Cultivator sat down on the bamboo chairs, her apologetic voice came from above. Brother Han, please wait a moment. My cultivation technique is special, and I need to finish circulating my power before coming down to meet you. In the meantime, please enjoy our little extreme palace's ice spirit fruit. As soon as she finished speaking, the prepared woman in white clapped her hands lightly. Two young women in white robes walked in, each carrying a crimson tray with thumb-sized, translucent berries resembling pearls. After placing the trays on the table beside the bamboo chairs, the two women respectfully retreated. Ice spirit fruit is unique to our little extreme palace. Even us elders only get a few clusters each year. It is delicious and sweet, containing extremely pure ice gold spiritual power. Regular consumption by those cultivating ice attribute techniques can benefit their cultivation, the surnamed Cultivator explained, then tossed a berry into his mouth and chewed. Seeing this, Han Li followed suit, placing a berry into his mouth. As soon as he bit into it, a wave of icy energy rolled in his mouth, indeed containing pure ice gold spiritual power. Although Han Li didn't cultivate ice attribute techniques, he had two extremely cold flames, the purple Luo extreme fire and the Taiyan true fire, making the cold energy negligible. He immediately absorbed the spiritual power and, intrigued, took another berry. Noticing this, the surnamed cultivator's expression changed slightly. Ice spirit fruit was beneficial to any cultivator, but those not cultivating ice or fire techniques usually had to convert the cold energy first, risking damage to their internal organs. Yet Han Li, who clearly had wood attribute spiritual power, could consume the fruit effortlessly. As the surnamed cultivator pondered this, footsteps came from upstairs and a graceful woman in white descended. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he stood up with a smile. Fairy Bai, it's been over 10 years. I hope you've been well. Senior sister Bai, you finally agreed to see me. The surnamed cultivator also stood up joyfully. After our parting, I knew Brother Han would not invite me without reason. I've been waiting for your visit for years. Your arrival today is somewhat unexpected. As for Senior Brother Ren, if not for Brother Han, I really did not want to see you. Bai Yayi smiled at Han Li, but turned coldly to the surnamed cultivator. I have found a solution this time, and will not disappoint you, the surnamed cultivator said eagerly. A solution? If it's just about that, we can discuss it later. Brother Han has come a long way. Let's put it aside for now. Bai Yayi shook her head. That's fine. I can find another time to discuss it with you. I'm already grateful that you agreed to see me, the surnamed cultivator said with a smile, quickly understanding. Bai Yayi nodded and sat in the main seat, while Han Li and the surnamed cultivator resumed their seats. Fairy Bai's cultivation has improved significantly compared to 10 years ago, Han Li said with a smile after observing her for a moment. Brother Han jests. In terms of abilities, even two of me combined can't compare to you, Bai Yayi replied with a smile, remembering Han Li's impressive display in the Yin-Yang Cave and Kunwu Mountain, thus treating him with great respect. Hearing Bai Yayi's high praise, the surnamed cultivator's expression changed as he reevaluated Han Li. Bai Yayi continued, 10 years ago, Brother Han mentioned visiting our sect. You wouldn't say such a thing without reason. There must be something important. Since Fairy Bai asks so directly, I won't hide it. I came to the little extreme palace because I have a favor to ask of you, Han Li replied with a smile after a brief contemplation. Brother Han, I've never forgotten your great help that day. Feel free to ask for anything, Bai Yayi said without hesitation. For her, even if Han Li hadn't rescued her from the ice, she would still go to great lengths to help him, purely due to his formidable abilities that rival those of late-stage cultivators. After all, she would be more than happy to form an alliance with such a powerful cultivator. It's actually nothing major. I heard that Beiming Island is rich in a spiritual herb called Xuanbing flower. I need this flower as the main ingredient for a certain pill, so I had to come here, Han Li said calmly. The Xuanbing flower, huh? It's indeed not easy to find. Although not many people use this herb, most of the older ones have been harvested. But I can have my disciples check if any new 1,000-year-old ice has been found recently. This should not be a problem, Bai Yayi responded immediately, feeling that Han Li's request was not an issue. It's great that Fairy Bai can help. This matter would be quite troublesome for me otherwise, Han Li said with a smile, feeling relieved. This is a small matter, but it might take more than a day or two to get any news. Since Brother Han is already at our Xiaoji Palace, why not stay a bit longer? I deeply admire your abilities and would love to exchange our knowledge, Bai Yeai said with a smile. Han is also very interested in your palace's techniques. I've heard that Xiaoji Palace's top-tier ice attribute techniques are unmatched in Dajin. Although I don't cultivate ice techniques, all paths ultimately connect, and I believe I can benefit greatly, Han Li replied with a smile. After a few more exchanges, Bai Yeai and Han Li started to chat. Since they were at similar cultivation levels, it didn't take long for them to begin discussing their cultivation experiences. Ren Bai, also at the mid-nascent soul stage, occasionally joined the conversation, providing unique insights. This made the three of them enjoy a pleasant and engaging discussion. After chatting in the pavilion for half a day, Han Li realized that Bai Yeai had just emerged from seclusion, and it was not appropriate to disturb her too long, so he took the initiative to leave. Bai Yeai did not insist on keeping him, but immediately ordered the beautiful woman surnamed Yan to lead Han Li to the guest pavilion. She promised to inform him as soon as there was news about the Xuanbing flower. With Bai Yeai's promise, Han Li cupped his hands in gratitude and followed the beautiful woman out of the pavilion. Ren Bai did not leave immediately, likely continuing her conversation with Bai Yeai. Led by the beautiful woman at the foundation establishment stage, Han Li headed towards another cluster of buildings near the mountain wall. There were a dozen or so elegantly designed pavilions, likely the guest pavilions. After a quick glance around, they headed towards one of the pavilions. The beautiful woman, aware of Bai Yeai's high regard for Han Li, treated him with great respect, answering his questions honestly, which pleased Han Li. In no time, they arrived at the pavilion. Before entering, a young woman with a baby face and dressed as a maid hurriedly came out. She was petite in stature. "Greetings, Marshal Aunt Yan." The maid seemed to recognize the beautiful woman and quickly bowed. "Marshal Niece Hua, this is Senior Han, an esteemed guest of our master. He will be staying here. You must take good care of him. If there are any lapses, even I will be held accountable," the beautiful woman instructed sternly. "I will do my best," the maid replied respectfully, her heart pounding. She stole a glance at Han Li, who was observing her, and quickly lowered her head. Han Li smiled faintly. "Senior Han, if you are not satisfied with Marshal Niece Hua, we can arrange for someone else," the beautiful woman offered. "No need. She will do." Han Li shook his head and stepped into the pavilion. The two women quickly followed. The pavilion was well furnished, but what pleased Han Li the most was a simple restriction on the second floor, ensuring the resident would not be secretly observed. After dismissing the beautiful woman, Han Li settled in. Having traveled non-stop since leaving Zulian Mountain, he indeed needed some rest to recover to his best state. For the next 2 days, Han Li remained quietly meditating on the second floor, not venturing out. He was well aware that his presence would attract the attention of many high-level cultivators within Xiaoji Palace. After all, no sect would ignore the sudden appearance of an external nascent soul stage cultivator. He had no intention of causing trouble, even if he was anxious about the news of the solar true fire. His priority was to refine the Xuanbing pill to break Nangong Wan's soul-sealing curse. As for the maid, Han Li only spoke to her initially and did not give her any further orders. On the morning of the 3rd day, as he was sitting quietly on a cushion, a sudden surge of spiritual light around him was accompanied by a series of explosions. He opened his eyes, his expression turning grim. Moments ago, a divine sense had audaciously penetrated the pavilion's restriction, probing directly at him, only to be forcefully rebounded by his spell. This divine sense was immensely powerful, seemingly on par with his own, likely belonging to a late nascent soul stage cultivator. As Han Li pondered how to handle this, a delicate voice, as if from an infant, reached his ears. "Is this Taoist Han? I am Hanli Shangren. Would you be interested in meeting?" Hanli Shangren. Han Li's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this the Grand Elder of Xiaoji Palace? This mysterious figure was widely known in the northern region for his formidable abilities, yet no one had ever seen him in action. It was said that he assumed the position of Grand Elder overnight. Though surprised, Han Li felt no fear given his current abilities. After a brief hesitation, he decided to meet this person and transmitted his response. "Since Taoist Han Li is so inviting, how could I refuse? I will come to see you now." "Excellent, my spirit beast will soon arrive to guide you. I await your visit," Hanli Shangren replied, his tone warm. The divine sense then dissipated. Han Li didn't move immediately, but after pondering for a while, he stood up and headed downstairs. The maid, sitting in a chair reading a jade slip, jumped up in surprise when she saw him. Han Li nodded at her and walked out the pavilion door. The maid was puzzled, unaware of the recent clash of divine senses. Outside, Han Li quickly spotted what he was looking for. A small beast resembling a large cat, with yellow eyes and golden fur that looked as if it were made of pure gold, was sitting on a nearby tree, watching him. Narrowing his eyes, Han Li scrutinized the beast, gradually showing a look of surprise. A golden wind ferret. I've heard these beasts are always in pairs, one male and one female with extraordinary stealth abilities. I wonder if it's true, Han Li murmured, glancing around but seeing nothing else. The golden wind ferret seemed to confirm Han Li's identity, let out a low whine, and another, slightly smaller, golden-furred beast shot out from a nearby tree, joining it. Han Li was startled. Despite his powerful divine sense, he hadn't detected the second beast's presence. He took a deep breath. Channeling his spiritual power into his eyes, he scanned the area. Eventually, he spotted a faint shadow near the first ferret, confirming the presence of the second invisible one. Relieved, Han Li followed the two beasts, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. Along the way, they encountered many sect members. Though they were initially surprised by Han Li's unfamiliar face, they quickly recognized the golden wind ferrets and respectfully stepped aside, indicating their familiarity with the creatures. Han Li's nascent soul stage presence also drew curious looks, but no one dared to approach him. Following the ferrets, Han Li wound through several buildings, eventually arriving at a stone door built into the mountain wall. The stone door, about 5 or 6 meters tall, emitted a faint yellow light and was covered in runes, indicating a powerful restriction placed upon it. Han Li paused, narrowing his eyes as he stopped his spell. The pair of golden wind ferrets flickered and directly merged into the stone door, disappearing as if they were invisible beings. Han Li was momentarily stunned. Before he could react, the stone door flashed with light and opened with a rumbling sound. It revealed a crystalline passageway, the walls of which were covered with a thick layer of frost, resembling the entrance to an ice cave. The golden wind ferrets stood at the entrance of the passageway, their eyes gleaming as they looked back at Han Li, full of intelligence. The other ferret, which had been invisible, also revealed itself at this moment. "Taoist Han, please come in. I am somewhat indisposed and cannot greet you personally," a low laugh echoed in Han Li's ears. Han Li raised his eyebrows, said nothing, and took a step forward, entering the passageway. Seeing Han Li follow, the golden wind ferrets immediately turned and sprinted along the passage. Han Li followed closely, seemingly at a leisurely pace, but actually moving quickly. After a few turns, he felt the passageway's chill grow more intense, and it suddenly began to slope downward. Sensing something, Han Li continued downward without hesitation. After about the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, when Han Li felt the temperature around him was cold enough to freeze his breath into ice, he finally reached the end of the passageway. The golden wind ferrets darted into a misty white hall. The hall was entirely constructed from a semi-transparent jade-like material that emitted a cold glow. It was made of 10,000-year-old black ice. As Han Li stepped into the hall, he couldn't help but shiver, but soon, purple flames flickered over his body, making him feel normal again. Indeed, Taoist Han truly possesses the extreme cold flame. A slightly delighted voice came from the center of the hall, startling Han Li. He looked over and exclaimed involuntarily, "Qianlin ice flame." In the four corners of the hall were huge crystal pillars, each requiring a person to encircle it with their arms. In the center was a massive blue cauldron, 5 to 6 meters in diameter, from which wisps of pale blue flames emerged. The intense cold and spiritual pressure were unmistakably that of the Qianlin ice flame, a flame Han Li was very familiar with. He couldn't help but be greatly surprised. Taoist Han recognizes the Qianlin ice flame, which surprises me even more, a soft voice said from behind the cauldron. A figure then emerged, a 3-foot-tall dwarf. His face was deeply wrinkled, with a long white beard and dressed in a blue robe, looking at Hanli with a hint of curiosity. "You must be Master Hanli." Hanli quickly regained his composure, bowed slightly, and asked, "Indeed, I am Hanli. However, the title Master Hanli is just a respectful term for the Grand Elder of the Xiaoji Palace. My real name is Shixiang, known to very few," the dwarf replied, a flash of light in his eyes as he casually raised a hand. He cast a spell at one of the crystal pillars. Instantly, white light flashed, and several pale white cushions appeared out of thin air on the floor of the hall. "I rarely have guests, so I don't usually prepare tables and chairs. I hope Taoist doesn't mind," the dwarf said kindly. "Taoist, she is too courteous. As cultivators, we need not be so particular," Hanli replied with a slight smile. He walked over and sat cross-legged on one of the cushions, glancing at the large cauldron. He noticed that the cauldron resembled the Su Tian cauldron by 7 or 8 points and had extraordinary abilities. The Qianlin ice flame's power was contained within the cauldron, with no energy leaking out. Otherwise, the hall would have been frozen over and inaccessible. But this only deepened Hanli's curiosity. "Although we haven't discussed much, I feel that you are very likely the person I've been searching for," Master Hanli said sincerely, sitting on another cushion across from Hanli. "Taoist's words leave me confused. Could you explain why you've invited me here?" Hanli asked calmly, suppressing his inner doubts. "Taoist Han, no need to worry. I invited you here because I heard you could consume 2 ice spirit fruits without issue. Seeing that you possess an extreme cold flame, there's no need for further tests. You are indeed the person I've been seeking," Master Hanli said with a smile. "What do you mean by that?" Hanli asked, frowning slightly. "May I first ask about the name of the purple flame you possess? I know of several purple spiritual flames, but I've never heard of an ice-attributed one. I hope you can enlighten me," Master Hanli asked seriously. "This flame is something I cultivated haphazardly, with no formal name. For convenience, I call it the Violet Extreme Flame. It might not match the Qianlin ice flame, but its power is quite decent," Hanli said casually, looking at the purple flame flickering on his body. Before understanding the other party's intentions, he wasn't about to reveal the true power of the flame. But Master Hanli seemed very satisfied with Hanli's explanation and said with a smile, "Indeed, the violet extreme flame appears to be a mix of cold energies, not refined through a proper ice-attributed cultivation method. If it were, its power could be further enhanced." "Enhanced? This flame has already been refined by me. What more refinement is needed?" Hanli asked, somewhat confused. "Ha ha, it seems Taoist Han isn't very familiar with extreme cold flames. These cold flames are rare, but each can be further refined through special secret techniques to enhance their power. The extent of the enhancement depends on the degree of refinement and the flame's original power. For example, if the Qianlin ice flame is refined to its peak, its power could be increased severalfold," the dwarf said proudly, glancing at the giant cauldron. Increased severalfold. Are you referring to this kind of refined flame? Hanley asked in astonishment, raising a finger to produce a deep purple flame. Yes, this is indeed a refined cold flame, but it seems incomplete. You must have forcibly compressed it with magic power, which is very draining and likely only yielded this single refined flame, Master Hanley replied calmly. Before answering that, I have one more question. Few people know about the Kyanlin ice flame. Did you see it somewhere else? Master Hanley asked, his eyes shining as he stared at Han Li. Han Li's heart churned, but he replied calmly, I saw a record of it in a book. Its uniqueness left a lasting impression on me. Knowing the complicated relationship between Xiaoji Palace and Su Tian Hall, Han Li, possessing the Su Tian cauldron, dared not reveal too much. Master Hanley seemed surprised by Han Li's straightforward answer but quickly smiled. It seems I was overly cautious. The Kyanlin ice flame is unique to our Xiaoji Palace. It's unlikely to be found elsewhere. Since that's the case, I'll be frank. It's simple, really. You might have guessed some of it. I need your extreme cold flame to help me. As he spoke, Master Hanley's expression grew serious, and Han Li listened intently, knowing the dwarf would explain further. But Master Hanley paused, then asked, What do you think of my cultivation? Compared to other late-stage nascent soul cultivators, do you notice any difference? Difference? You're certainly a late-stage nascent soul cultivator, but your spiritual sense and cultivation seem much stronger than those I've encountered before. It seems you are different from typical late-stage nascent soul cultivators, Han Li said after a careful inspection. Indeed, I am at the peak of the late nascent soul stage, just half a step away from the deity transformation stage. But I've been stuck at this level for 300 years. Despite taking various spiritual pills and using secret techniques to break through the bottleneck, I remain at the threshold of the deity transformation stage. My current appearance is due to taking spiritual pills carelessly, Master Hanley explained calmly. I see. You've comprehended some deity transformation techniques, Han Li said, understanding dawning. Yes, in this state, I've avoided meeting people and focused on finding a way to break through. After years of effort, I've found a method from ancient texts that might work, giving me a 30% chance of breaking through to the deity transformation stage, Master Hanley said. Does this method involve extreme cold flames? Xiaoji Palace has many cultivators of ice-attributed techniques. Why seek me? Han Li asked calmly. I need the help of 5 nascent soul cultivators, each with a different extreme cold flame, to stimulate my breakthrough. Xiaoji Palace can only provide 2. Among our allies, we found 2 more. But the 5th cultivator eluded me for decades, until you appeared, Master Hanley said excitedly. It's quite a grand feat to gather 5 types of extreme cold flames. Perhaps only the little extreme palace can achieve this. Even top sects like Taiyi sect and Tianmo sect might not be able to gather so many cultivators who practice extreme cold flames. But this method should only work for cultivators who practice the same attribute, right? Han Li exhaled lightly and asked directly. That's right. This method only works for cultivators who practice ice attribute techniques and possess extreme cold flames. 3 of the other 4 also practice ice attribute techniques. Only you and another person accidentally obtained the cold flame, Elder Han Li replied, frowning. Since that's the case, what price do you plan to pay to get my help? Although I'm not familiar with the specific steps of this breakthrough method, it must be something that significantly damages one's vitality and might be dangerous for those assisting. If you don't offer enough benefits, I won't take the risk, Han Li said calmly, with a hint of cold light in his eyes but no change in his expression. Good, I like straightforward people like you. Whatever your conditions, just lay them on the table. As long as you are willing to help, I won't refuse any reasonable request. Elder Han Li responded with joy instead of anger. Hearing the other party speak so candidly, Han Li smiled lightly. Since you've said that, I won't be polite. First, I need a detailed formula of this breakthrough method. If the risk is within my acceptable range, I will help. Otherwise, no matter what benefits you offer, I won't take too much risk. This secret technique can also be considered part of my reward for helping, Han Li stated. No problem. I can assure you this method has no significant dangers and won't put any assisting cultivators at risk. Of course, some loss of vitality is inevitable, Elder Han Li confidently replied. A little loss of vitality is no issue for me. Second, my purpose for coming here should be known to you. I need some ice spirit flowers to refine elixirs. Although I've already asked Fairy Bai for help, if you can also assist, it would make things easier, Han Li said with a smile. That's a small matter. I can immediately mobilize the entire palace to help you find enough ice spirit flowers, Elder Han Li agreed without hesitation. Finally, I've heard that the little extreme palace is an ancient sect with a long history. I'm quite interested in ancient texts and would like to visit your library, Han Li added. Fine. I agree, Elder Han Li hesitated but eventually nodded. Since you've agreed to everything, I have no reason not to help. I'll check out the library first. If there's news about the ice spirit flowers, let me know, Han Li said, standing up. Feel free to stay in the palace as long as you need. If you have any requirements for cultivation, just let Fairy Bai know. I'll instruct her to meet your needs, Elder Han Li said. After Han Li left, Elder Han Li's smile faded. At that moment, 2 figures emerged from the corners of the hall. A middle-aged man in green robes and a young woman in white robes with a striking resemblance to Bai Yai. Elder Han Li, are you sure there won't be any problems with this person's cold flame? What if its power is insufficient? The middle-aged man asked, frowning. This person has a mixed cold flame, but it seems to contain Kyanlin ice flame. Its power won't be small. And now, I can't afford to wait any longer. If I don't take the risk, I might miss my chance. Elder Han Li sighed and shook his head. Is there really no way to extend your life? It seems that the myriad demon valley is stirring again, with many low-level demons appearing around Beiming Island. We've also discovered high-level demons among the disciples, but we have kept this secret as you instructed, the middle-aged man said with concern. Don't stir the grass and startle the snake. The time is almost here. The myriad demon valley's actions are not unexpected. There's no need to panic, Elder Han Li said calmly. But attempting a breakthrough at this time seems too risky. Wouldn't it be better to repel the demons first? The middle-aged man hesitated. Repel them? How long will that take? The myriad demon valley has surrounded us for over 10 years before. I only have a few years left. I can't wait any longer. Besides, if I succeed in breaking through, we'll have 3 more nascent soul stage allies, including this Han Li. They won't stand by while our palace is besieged by demons, Elder Han Li said, stroking his beard. But our palace's cold essence has been stolen by a traitor. Shouldn't we make this public? The white-robed woman suddenly asked coldly. You think too simply. If we make this public, our reputation will be ruined. Moreover, who would believe that we no longer have cold essence? It's useless. The 1,000-year period is approaching, and the ice jade cave in the void spirit hall will open soon. If we're lucky, we might gather some more cold essence. The lost cold essence happened before the ice jade cave opens. Otherwise, future generations wouldn't be able to practice the 3 great cold flames. Elder Han Li sighed, looking at the blue flames in the giant cauldron. The middle-aged man smiled bitterly. All right, once we get the cold essence, you two can have some to enhance your cold flames. The stronger the cold flames, the better my chances of breaking through, Elder Han Li said. White junior sister, have Yai investigate this Han Li. He participated in the Kunwu Mountains sealing 10 years ago and survived when many nascent soul cultivators perished. He must be extraordinary, Elder Han Li instructed. I understand. I'll inform my cousin, the white-robed woman replied coldly. Good, you may leave, Elder Han Li nodded. The two turned into light and flew away. Elder Han Li stared at the giant cauldron and muttered, Void Heaven Cauldron. Chapter 1082, I See Beasts. Han Li naturally had no knowledge of Han Li's incident of vomiting the void sky cauldron. At this moment, he was standing in a massive secret room, gazing at a row of exquisite jade stone platforms, each about 1 meter high. These platforms were densely packed, stretching for nearly 100 meters, and each one was shrouded in a colorful light barrier, containing several jade slips of varying sizes. At the other end of the room, a staircase leading upwards was clearly visible. The entrance was sealed tight by a thick barrier. So this is your esteemed palace's library. Han Li was secretly astonished. After taking a deep breath, he turned to an old man in the little pole palace's attire. Yes, Senior. Our palace's library is divided into 7 floors, with each floor containing different types of books. The higher floors do not necessarily hold more precious texts. Each floor is separated by a barrier to prevent the jade slips from being mixed up by the disciples. If you wish to go to the next floor, just let me know. I will be waiting outside for your instructions." The old man kept his head down respectfully, but his spiritual pressure indicated he was a mid-stage core formation cultivator. "I understand. You may leave now." Hanli nodded, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Yes, Senior." The old man respectfully exited and closed the stone door behind him. Seeing that he was alone in the room, Han Li wasted no time in approaching a light barrier and waved an object in his hand. With a soft bang, the light barrier shattered, revealing 3 jade slips on the stone platform. Han Li casually picked one up and immersed his mind into it. At the same time, in the white condensing pavilion on the 2nd floor, 2 women in white robes were conversing. One was naturally Bai Yai, and the other was another female cultivator who had appeared in Han Li's residence. The 2 women looked somewhat similar, but one was gentle and charming, while the other was exceptionally cold. "I have already spoken with second sister. I don't know much about this Han Taoist. Although he claimed to be an overseas rogue cultivator, later, the people from Yin Luo sect and Tianlin Holy Palace said he was a cultivator from the southern heaven. His powers are no less than those of a late nascent soul cultivator. He once fought evenly with a silver-winged yaksha in the Yin-Yang cave. As for how he escaped from Kunwu Mountain, I am not sure." Bai Yai stood by the window, one hand on the windowsill and the other gently stroking her black hair, her brows slightly furrowed. "Seventh sister, don't be offended. It's just hard to believe that a mid-stage cultivator from such a remote place like the southern heaven could have such abilities." The other woman spoke softly, but her voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Bai Yai was not offended by this woman's tone, knowing it was due to her extreme cultivation method. However, being repeatedly asked about Han Li made her somewhat unhappy. "I don't have much interaction with this person. I just met him last time I went out. I can't provide more details. But what I told you before is indeed the truth. Why is the Grand Elder suddenly so interested in Han Taoist?" Bai Yai stepped away from the window, asking slowly. "It's nothing. It's just that this person possesses an extremely cold flame, which Senior Han Li is looking for. You should have known about this earlier. Why didn't you mention it to us?" The woman's eyes flashed as she asked coldly. "I parted ways with him 10 years ago and had no idea if he survived Kunwu Mountain. How could I mention it to Senior Han Li? As for now, I plan to mention it after finding the ice spirit flower for him. I didn't expect Senior Ren to tell the Grand Elder first." Bai Yai replied indifferently. "Since that's the case, I won't ask more. It's best to keep this Taoist close, especially to understand the true power of his purple cold flame." The woman stated plainly. "Understood. If there's an opportunity, I will probe him." Bai Yai reluctantly agreed. "Good, I'll leave now. There may be monsters invading Beiming Island, so be careful," the woman said before descending the stairs and leaving. Bai Yai did not respond, just watched the woman's light disappear from the pavilion with a blank expression. Time passed quickly, and Han Li stayed in the little Pole Palace library for 7 or 8 days, not stepping outside, reading many texts of interest and gaining much knowledge. However, he had only reached the 3rd floor. This made him feel regretful, as the remaining time would only allow him to reach the 4th floor at most. One day, while he was reading a book on rare ancient spiritual herbs, a flash of fire shot into the room, bypassing the barrier. Han Li was startled but quickly grabbed the fire, turning it into a flaming ball, a voice transmission talisman. After scanning the information with his divine sense, Han Li's face showed delight. He immediately placed the jade slip back on the stone platform and turned into a streak of light, heading downstairs. In a moment, a beam of blue light arrived in front of the white condensing pavilion. There a graceful woman stood. It was Bai Yai. As the light faded, Han Li appeared before her and quickly asked, Taoist Bai, "Have you found the ice spirit flower?" "Indeed, we have. Initially, I thought it would take at least a month, but thanks to you convincing the Grand Elder to mobilize so many people, the search speed increased several times." Bai Yai smiled at Han Li. "That's wonderful. Can we set off now?" Han Li asked, barely suppressing his joy. "Of course, I am here to guide you. However, the location of the 1,000-year-old ice is far away, beyond Beiming Island, and it may take several days for a round trip." Bai Yai laughed softly. Time is not an issue. Even if it takes a year, I must get the ice spirit flower." Han Li laughed heartily. Bai Yai smiled, but said nothing more. Without further delay, they left Han Li's secret area and departed from Ice City, flying northward. Along the way, Bai Yai explained the situation regarding the 1,000-year-old ice. In a snow roar beast's lair, Han Li asked, surprised. Yes, the disciple who found the ice was almost killed by a snow roar beast. Bai Yai nodded. "What level are these beasts?" Han Li asked with interest. "Only 5th or 6th level. They are not worth your attention." Bai Yai smiled. 5th or 6th level indeed not worth capturing. Han Li chuckled. "However, once we leave Beiming Island, we will be in the Ice Sea, where it's a monster's world. The further we go, the higher the level of the monsters. Usually we won't encounter monsters above the 8th level within a few days' journey, but deep in the Ice Sea, there are many terrifying creatures, even 10th level ones. In fact, the previous 2 Grand Elders once saw a 10th level ancient ice phoenix, a true ancient beast. This beast alone could contend with most of our little Pole Palace cultivators." Bai Yai's voice grew serious. "A 10th level ice phoenix." Han Li was startled. "No need to worry. Our founder made agreements with the most powerful beasts in the Ice Sea when establishing our sect. We agreed not to harm high-level beasts, and they won't enter Beiming Island. Only lower-level beasts are exempt. Every attack on our sect has been by beasts from other parts of the Jin dynasty. If the Ice Sea beasts were involved, our sect would have been destroyed countless times. This situation has persisted since ancient times, allowing our sect to stand strong on the peninsula." Bai Yai explained. "With such agreements, we should be safe." Han Li smiled. Not necessarily. Agreements are just agreements. High-level beasts occasionally break in, killing many of our disciples. We must remain cautious. Bai Yeai shook her head. A few days' journey is short. We should be fine. Han Li looked down at the icy landscape, then sped up. Bai Yeai, sharing his thoughts, followed closely, emitting a bright, cold light. Indeed, they encountered no high-level beasts, and only saw a few low-level ones during their journey. After 3 days and nights of continuous flying, they finally arrived above a huge ice crevice. Han Li looked down into the crevice, which was so deep it seemed bottomless, exuding a chilling aura. The surroundings were eerily silent, as if even the wind had been frozen. Han, this is the lair of the snow roar beasts. We need to be careful not to alert them. Bai Yeai reminded, her voice low. Han Li nodded, then cast a spell that enveloped him in a faint, almost transparent blue light. Seeing this, Bai Yeai also cast an invisibility spell. Is this the lair of the snow howler beasts? Han Li asked, frowning as he looked at the bottomless ice crevice from which a biting cold wind continuously blew. Indeed, this is precisely the place our palace disciple mentioned, Bai Yeai replied, the beautiful woman floating beside Han Li, after glancing around a few times. In that case, let's lure them out directly. Han Li nodded, forming a hand seal. Instantly, sparks appeared around him, and with a few hissing sounds, the sparks grew into fist-sized crimson fireballs. Go. With a gentle wave of his sleeve, dozens of fireballs shot forward, enveloped in a sheet of red light. They swiftly plunged into the dark crevice below and disappeared from sight. Han Li and Bai Yeai kept their eyes fixed below, not blinking once. After a while, the crevice remained as calm as before, with no sign of any explosions, an eerie silence hanging in the air. Han Li and Bai Yeai exchanged a surprised glance. These beasts are only 5th or 6th level. It's impossible for them to quietly extinguish those fireballs. There must be a more powerful beast down there, Han Li said, rubbing his chin. Perhaps our palace disciple didn't venture deep into the ice crevice. They only saw the millennial profound ice and the ice flower at the edge before being discovered by the snow howler beast, Bai Yeai said, her expression becoming serious. No worries. I'll use spirit beasts to force them out. Han Li spoke casually, tapping a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Instantly, 12 white beams shot out from the bag, spiraled in the air, and transformed into white centipedes about a foot long, each with transparent wings, looking ferocious and menacing. With a low command from Han Li, the 12 six-winged frost centipedes glowed coldly and darted into the crevice. Bai Yeai was surprised by the scene, but said nothing. Han Li was not worried about the frost centipedes encountering danger. 12 of them together could easily escape even from an 8th-level beast. Sure enough, before long, the sound of fighting echoed from the crevice below, growing louder, as if something was about to emerge. Han Li pursed his lips, and with a silent wave of his sleeve, over a dozen golden beams shot out, transforming into golden swords about a foot long, which hovered above the crevice, glowing brightly, unmoving. Bai Yeai smiled, but did not prepare to attack, clearly believing that Han Li alone could handle whatever beast emerged. A moment later, strange, beastly roars echoed from below, followed by a surge of white snow winds, from which emerged 7 or 8 white beasts resembling lions, all looking extremely terrified as if fleeing for their lives. Han Li immediately recognized these lion-like beasts as the snow howler beasts. Without hesitation, Han Li activated his sword technique. Several golden swords shimmered and shot down like lightning. The swords moved with such speed, slicing through the fierce snow winds and reaching the beasts in an instant. Before the beasts could react, the golden beams encircled them, and with several shrieks, the beasts were cut in half, their bodies falling back into the crevice. Next moment, a deafening roar erupted from below, followed by a massive wind gust shooting up from the crevice. Han Li squinted his eyes and looked up. At the top of the wind gust crouched a massive silver-furred beast, its eyes blazing with anger. This is not a snow howler beast, it's an ice scourge beast. How did such a high-level beast appear here? Bai Yeai exclaimed in surprise. Han Li's eyes flickered, and before he could respond, another dozen white beams shot out from the crevice, transforming back into the 12 frost centipedes, which spewed cold air at the silver-furred beast. Although this beast was only at the 7th level, it seemed unaffected by the frost centipede's cold air and fiercely battled them, holding its ground. Han Li raised an eyebrow, snorted softly, and lifted a finger, a green light flickering at his fingertip, ready to drive the flying swords above to slay the beast. But Bai Yeai suddenly spoke up. Wait, please spare it. The ice scourge beast is a rare ice and wind attribute beast. Let me capture it for future use. Han Li was taken aback, but then smiled indifferently. If that's the case, I'll capture it for you. No need for you to act. With that, Han Li opened his mouth and spewed a ball of purple flame. With a clear cry, it transformed into a lifelike purple firebird, which spread its wings and flew towards the wind gust. The 12 frost centipedes, seeing the purple bird approach, immediately scattered in fear, leaving the silver-furred beast alone. The ice scourge beast, though not fully intelligent, had some cunning. Realizing the danger, it tried to escape using the wind. However, Han Li, prepared for this, let out a cold snort, and his eyes flashed with crystalline light. The beast felt a sharp pain in its head as if pierced by a spike, collapsing with a low roar. It was Han Li's powerful divine sense attack. Even though he didn't use his full power, his divine sense, comparable to a late nascent soul cultivator, was more than this 7th-level beast could withstand, incapacitating it instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the purple firebird encircled the beast, and a purple mist enveloped it. With a buzz, a giant purple ice block appeared, freezing the beast inside. The wind gust dissipated as the beast was trapped, and the ice block began to fall. Bai Yai, impressed by Han Li's purple extreme fire, didn't hesitate. She summoned a giant white hand that grabbed the ice block and pulled it towards her. Putting the spirit beast bag away, Bai Yai smiled contentedly. Han Li, meanwhile, directed the 12 frost centipedes back into hiding, explaining to Bai Yai, "I don't want any low-level beasts disturbing me while I refine the ice spirit flower into pills. These spirit insects will guard the area." Bai Yai smiled and nodded. The two then transformed into beams of blue and silver light, descending into the massive ice crevice. The crevice was pitch black, with only the cold wind swirling around them, reminding Han Li of the yin-yang cave. As they neared the bottom, a faint glow appeared on the crystalline walls of the crevice, ordinary profound ice, not particularly valuable. Only millennial profound ice was considered an excellent material for crafting. When they finally landed at the bottom, they found a vein of crystal-like minerals emitting a milky white glow. Although only a small part was exposed, it was clearly a vein of millennial profound ice, far superior to the common ice above. Han Li's gaze fell on 3 small pale white flowers growing on the crystal wall. These fist-sized flowers looked ordinary, but grew from the millennial profound ice, surrounded by wisps of cold mist. 3 ice spirit flowers, they should be enough, Han Li muttered, exhaling in relief. This place has a significant amount of millennial profound ice. That disciple of our palace did well. He deserves a great reward, Bai Yai said, smiling. The ice spirit flower needs to be refined into pills immediately after being picked. I have all the other ingredients ready. Do you plan to stay, or? Han Li asked, looking at Bai Yai. How long will it take you to refine the pills? I might explore the area. It's unusual for a 7th-level beast like the Ice Scourge beast to be so close to Beiming Island. I should investigate, Bai Yai replied thoughtfully. That's fine. Just be careful, Han Li said, slightly surprised but not stopping her. Han Li looked up as the rainbow streak finally disappeared into the sky. Then he lowered his head, gazing at the 3 ice spirit flowers. After a moment of thought, he patted his storage bag, and over 10 beams of various colored light shot out, disappearing into the surrounding crystal walls. A faint layer of blue mist emerged, enveloping the area. After ensuring everything was secure, Han Li released a cloud of golden insects from his body, which scattered into the mist as specks of golden light. This should ensure that he could refine the profound ice pill without any disturbances from weaker beasts. Satisfied, Han Li then summoned a fist-sized cauldron, which landed lightly before him, glowing with a silvery light. Next, numerous wooden boxes and small bottles flew out from his storage bag, filling the ground around him. Han Li's gaze then shifted to the crystal wall. With a wave of his sleeve, 3 golden beams shot out, circled around the 3 flowers on the ice, and then the millennium mold profound ice, along with the flowers, fell. Prepared for this, Han Li pointed to the ground, and 3 jade boxes, about a foot long, vanished only to reappear below the crystal wall. The 3 white flowers fell into the boxes without any damage. Han Li revealed a satisfied expression, and then his hands formed a series of incantations, directing several spells into the surrounding blue mist. The mist churned and spread out, eventually covering the entire bottom of the ice crevice, making it impossible to see inside. The icy wind howled above the crevice, but everything else was eerily quiet. Time passed slowly, and 3 days went by in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the bottom of the ice crevice was still filled with dense blue mist, showing no signs of dissipating, as if it would remain forever. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared on the distant horizon, and 3 beams of light shot towards the crevice, moving extremely fast. In no time, they reached the vicinity of the ice crevice. The leading beam of silver light was dim and appeared to be carrying an injured person. Behind it, 2 beams of red and green light followed aggressively. It was clear that the 3 were in a chase. The silver light revealed a slender woman in white robes with a pale face covered with a faint green hue. It was Bai Yao Yi, who had left 3 days earlier. She seemed to be severely poisoned, unable to suppress it despite her mid-nascent soul cultivation. Upon reaching the crevice, Bai Yao Yi quickly glanced down, and seeing the swirling blue mist barrier, she breathed a sigh of relief, her expression relaxing. But just then, the red and green beams of light were less than 100 feet away. A man's voice came from the green light. "Why, finally decided to stop running now that you're poisoned? If you surrender obediently, I might spare your life." The voice was sinister and filled with glee. Bai Yao Yi snorted coldly, ignoring the voice, and dove headfirst into the ice crevice. The silver light flickered a few times before disappearing into the mist. The 2 beams of light then arrived above the crevice, revealing a man and a woman. Both were transformed demons with fully developed intelligence, no less than humans. Seeing Bai Yao Yi hide in the barrier below instead of continuing to flee, they became wary. Just as they were about to search the crevice with their divine senses, 12 snow-white centipedes with 6 wings on their backs appeared amidst a swirl of white mist, each one looking extremely fierce. 6-winged frost centipedes. The woman in the red light exclaimed with delight, her voice trembling slightly. "What, those are 6-winged frost centipedes?" The man in the green light was also shocked. "Great. If I devour these spirit insects, the yin-yang fusion will greatly enhance my cultivation." The woman laughed harshly, and fire snakes emerged from her body, pouncing on the centipedes. A fierce battle of fire and cold ensued, with loud screeches and explosions. The red light faded, revealing a slender woman with green eyes and red scales on her cheeks, dressed in red. She was a 7th-level demon beast, a transformed serpent. Her green eyes stared greedily at the 6-winged frost centipedes. Just as she was about to take action herself, a buzzing sound came from below, and a golden cloud of light shot out from the mist, forming a giant golden cloud that rushed towards the two demons. The man in the green light hesitated, but then flicked his sleeve, releasing a green mist that engulfed the golden cloud. He smirked, expecting the cloud to dissolve into nothing, but was shocked to see the buzzing continue as the golden cloud pierced through the mist, heading straight for him. Alarmed, he quickly spun around, releasing a green fire wall to intercept the golden cloud. The green fire halted the buzzing, but crackling sounds followed as countless golden insects fell, engulfed in green flames. The remaining golden cloud dispersed, revealing golden beetles struggling in the green fire. The man's relief turned to horror as he recognized the beetles. Gold-devouring beetles. How can there be so many of them? He revealed his true form, a green-haired man with small yellow eyes and a wide mouth full of sharp teeth, his face contorted with fear. Meanwhile, the golden beetles continued to devour the green fire, flying up again, their struggle renewing. The serpent demon woman suddenly appeared with a flash of red light, spitting out a green wooden bowl that expanded into a large light barrier, trapping the beetles inside. The beetles could only futilely hit the barrier. The serpent demon woman sneered, casting another spell that released numerous red scales, each razor-sharp. Seeing this, the man also relaxed. The serpent demon woman remarked coldly, "Don't be afraid. These are not fully matured ancient beetles. We have ways to kill them." To prove her point, she flicked her finger, sending a red scale into the barrier, slicing a beetle in half effortlessly. She then released hundreds of similar scales, ready to exterminate the beetles. But just then, a cold snort came from the blue mist below, followed by a rumbling sound. A figure appeared in the silver light. The serpent demon woman, highly alert, immediately directed the red scales at the figure. However, a silver shield appeared, effortlessly deflecting the scales. The serpent demon woman was startled, and the man in green released a green mist with hidden green needles, a deadly toxin. But the figure released a red cauldron that emitted countless fire crows, incinerating the green mist and needles. The figure was none other than Han Li, and the red cauldron was the spiritual fire cauldron he had obtained at Kunwu Mountain. The fire crows, a powerful weapon against dark arts, proved their worth. Han Li, satisfied, prepared for his next move. Before the sea of fire transformed by the fire crows could engulf the enemies, Han Li's thunderstorm wings suddenly flapped, and he vanished in a silver arc. The man, shocked and enraged by the breaking of his poison mist, was even more alarmed when he saw this. He quickly spread his divine sense and simultaneously cast a green net from his body, covering an area of several meters around him like a spider web. In a flash of lightning, Han Li reappeared a few meters behind the man. The green net trembled and swiftly descended towards him. With a thunderous sound, a golden electric net emerged on Han Li's body, meeting the green net head-on. As soon as the green threads touched the electric net, they disintegrated into nothing. The man was horrified and prepared to flee, but a three-colored flame shot towards him. He amplified his protective aura, hopping to hold off the fire long enough to escape. However, with a dull boom, the three-colored halo expanded and contracted, enveloping the man. A scream echoed as he was instantly incinerated by the flames, leaving only a wisp of smoke. The power of the tricolored flame fan was such that even the silver-winged Yaksha demon beast wouldn't dare to take it head-on, let alone this mere 8th-level demon beast. The snake demoness, unable to save her companion in time, felt a chill run through her. Although her powers were slightly greater than the man's, seeing Han Li dispatch her ally so effortlessly, she realized she wouldn't fare much better. Without hesitation, she burst into a red light, transforming into several crimson fire snakes that shot off in all directions. Han Li paused briefly, but then smirked coldly, infusing spiritual power into his eyes. His pupils emitted a sharp blue light as he locked onto one of the fire snakes. His thunderstorm wings flapped, and he disappeared in a burst of lightning. After a few rapid teleportations, Han Li appeared above the targeted fire snake, staring down coldly at it. The crimson fire snake, seeing this, opened its mouth wide and spat out a thumb-sized red bead shrouded in red light towards Han Li. This was its painstakingly cultivated fire attribute demon core. Han Li's lips curled into a faint smile as he made a grasping motion in the air. A purple flame shot from his hand, transforming into a large purple flame hand that grabbed the bead. A series of explosions occurred within the hand, with red light and purple flames intertwining before falling silent. The fire snake below shuddered, its blazing form dimming. In terror, it attempted to flee again, but Han Li's eyes flashed with killing intent. He formed a hand seal, and the purple flame hand expanded several times, grabbing downwards. Before the fire snake could react, it felt a chill as it was bound by tendrils of purple cold energy, unable to move. The cold energy couldn't truly restrain the nearly 9th-level demon beast, but the brief delay allowed the purple hand to grab it by the head. The snake spat out a blood-infused fireball in a desperate bid, but it merely made the purple hand's flames flicker before the hand grabbed it by the throat, sealing it in a layer of purple ice, turning it into a sparkling ice sculpture. The purple hand then vanished, and Han Li's sleeve flicked, releasing dozens of golden beams that encircled the ice sculpture. As the golden beams flashed, the sculpture shattered into dozens of pieces, and a green light shot out. Han Li, prepared for this, activated his sword seals, releasing golden arcs from his flying swords that formed a net, trapping the green light within. The arcs contracted into a golden sphere, which Han Li casually collected into a black jade bottle with a wave of his hand. A moment later, a flash of silver light and Bai Yao Yi flew up from below, looking around in shock. In the brief time she had been hiding, Han Li had effortlessly slain the 2 demon beasts that had given her so much trouble. Aware of Han Li's great abilities, she was still taken aback by his swift victory. As she hesitated, Han Li recalled his centipedes and gold-devouring beetles, descending lightly. "Taoist Bai, you seem to be heavily poisoned," Han Li said, glancing at her face and frowning. "I didn't expect the demon's poison mist to be so corrosive, penetrating my protective barrier. Luckily, I took 100 herbs pill and should be able to expel the poison with some meditation," Bai Yao Yi replied softly. "I just finished refining pills myself. Had you come a moment earlier, I might not have been able to help," Han Li said with a slight smile. "Seems I am quite fortunate then," Bai Yao Yi replied with a smile. "But how did you encounter these two transformed demon beasts? I thought high-level demon beasts rarely appear near Beiming Island," Han Li asked curiously. "This is a long story. This isn't a safe place to stay. Let's leave quickly." "I'll explain on the way," Bai Yaoyi said, her face changing with a sudden realization. "Are there more demons? How many?" Han Li's eyes narrowed. "More than just a few. This time, we might be in great trouble," Bai Yaoyi said with a bitter smile. Hearing this, Han Li felt a chill but maintained a calm exterior. "If that's the case, let's return to your sect first. Given your severe poisoning, you might not be able to travel immediately. Let me help." The two then flew back into the blue mist below, and the area became silent again. 2 hours later, two beams of light, one blue and one silver, shot out from the crevice, disappearing into the sky. Half a day later, a pitch-black cloud rolled in from another direction, covering the area within a few miles of the crevice. A moment later, an angry roar emanated from the cloud, which churned with lightning and gray demonic wind before vanishing. Days later, Han Li and Bai Yao Yi returned to the Extreme Palace, standing before Master Hanley in a hall made of 10,000-year-old ice. "Junior sister Bai, are you sure about this? Did they really join forces?" Master Hanley asked, his face dark and brows furrowed. "I couldn't be mistaken. That green-backed wolf was one of the vice lords of the Myriad Demons Valley, on par with the 1,000-year-old corpse bear. Besides, the two 8th-level demons that chased me were clearly not native to the Ice Sea. There's no mistake," Bai Yaoyi asserted firmly. "So, the Myriad Demons Valley has indeed allied with the Ice Sea demons. This time, they're determined to act." Han Li stood up and left without any hesitation. "In a few days, I'll introduce you to some other Taoist friends. They're well-known rogue cultivators in our region. I'm sure you'll get along well," Master Hanley said. "Understood." Once Han Li was gone, Master Hanley turned to Bai Yaoyi with a solemn expression. "Summon all the senior members of the sect here. We need to discuss this in detail and double our defenses immediately." "Yes, Grand Elder," Bai Yaoyi replied, producing a stack of transmission talismans. Han Li returned to his temporary residence and sat cross-legged on the second floor, reflecting on the events. Bai Yaoyi had explained that while he was refining pills, she had discovered a gathering of high-level transformed demon beasts, both from the Ice Sea and inland. Among them were the vice lord of myriad demons' valley and the fearsome two-headed black flood dragon from the ice sea. Before she could learn anything substantial, the demons spotted her, and she had to flee. Although the other demons didn't pursue her, believing the snake demon and the other demon were sufficient, she was poisoned and eventually reached Han Li's location. With his great abilities, Han Li had swiftly slain the two demons. Now he sat in silent contemplation, pondering the implications of these events. Contrary to Han Li's expectations, within the next few days, Little Extreme Palace merely increased its vigilance, without the imagined commotion. Bai Yai also disappeared, seemingly occupied with other matters. Han Li remained indifferent. Now, unless pursued with all might by a nascent soul cultivator, or trapped in some deadly situation, nothing in this world could threaten his life. Thus, he remained unusually calm and did not flee from this normally dreaded vortex. This was partly due to his promise to assist Master Han Li in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. Most importantly, the secret technique for breaking through the bottleneck given by the Grand Elder of Little Extreme Palace required his presence to understand its entirety. This realization left Han Li somewhat frustrated. Furthermore, there was still no clue about the solar essence fire, making him reluctant to leave. He visited the Sutra Pavilion again, using the remaining 2 days to fully search for information on the solar essence fire, but to no avail. Han Li was not surprised. If it were that easy to find, he would have been more shocked. In the following days, Han Li stayed in the guest building, meditating and cultivating, treating Little Extreme Palace as his own cave abode. A month passed swiftly, with Little Extreme Palace remaining calm, though a palpable tension before the storm lingered. On this day, Han Li's meditation was interrupted by a visitor. A woman with a striking resemblance to Bai Yai, possessing a mid-nascent soul cultivation, but seemingly at its peak, came to see him. "Are you Bai Yai's cousin?" Han Li asked, a bit surprised. "Yes, I am Bai Mengxin, an inner elder of Little Extreme Palace, and one of the cultivators practicing the extreme cold flame," she responded. "Oh, I heard from fellow Taoist Han that besides him, your palace has 2 other cultivators practicing the extreme cold flame. So you are one of them. May I know the purpose of your visit?" Han Li said with a flicker of interest. Though this woman was exceptionally beautiful, her pale face gave him a slight chill, clearly related to her cultivation method. Han Li did not underestimate her. "I heard Han Brothers' skills are extraordinary, comparable to late-stage great cultivators, and that your violet extreme fire is also marvelous. I would like to test my wind separation ice flame against your extreme cold flame, if you don't mind," she said, raising a fair finger, on which a wisp of white ice flame flickered. Though this ice flame seemed like light smoke, Han Li, having an extreme cold flame, sensed its terrifying power, his face growing serious. "All right, I have long heard of the 3 great cold flames of your palace. Let's have a test. But here," Han Li glanced around, chuckling. Why not? I just want to test your flame, not truly fight. Bai Mengxin smiled faintly, blowing on the white flame. The white ice flame expanded several times, transforming into a white snake heading toward Han Li. Frowning, Han Li waved his sleeve, casting several colored formation flags that disappeared into the void. A light red barrier emerged, restricting the area. Han Li spat out a purple flame, forming a purple bird flying toward the white snake. Under Han Li and Bai Mengxin's watchful eyes, the white and purple flames collided, emitting low, thunderous sounds. In an instant, the purple flame expanded, gradually engulfing the white flame. Moments later, the white snake vanished, leaving the purple bird, brighter than before, flying around like a fire spirit. Seeing this, Bai Mengxin showed a hint of surprise. Han Li calmly beckoned the purple bird back into his sleeve. Fellow Taoist's violet extreme fire is indeed extraordinary. Let's go. The other two cold flame cultivators are waiting for you at the Grand Elder's place, Bai Mengxin said, revealing her true purpose. So Bai Yayi was testing me. Han Li smiled indifferently. Bai Mengxin remained silent, nodding slightly. She then transformed into a white light, flying out the window. Han Li, rubbing his nose with a hint of helplessness, followed as a green rainbow. After a short while, they arrived at the Hall of 10,000-year black ice, where Master Han Li resided. The hall was unchanged, with the giant cauldron emitting dry blue flames, and 4 people meditating on mats nearby. Master Han Li and a middle-aged man in green robes sat together, while an old woman with white hair and a gray-robed monk sat opposite them. As Han Li and Bai Mengxin entered, the four's gaze immediately fell on them, especially the old woman and monk, whose eyes lingered on Han Li. Han Li returned their gaze, sensing their considerable power. The old woman at a similar level to himself, and the monk at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage. Stepping forward, Han Li greeted them and sat on a mat equidistant from the 4. Bai Mengxin sat beside Master Han Li. Madam Long and Master Moji, this is fellow Taoist Han. He is the 5th cultivator of the extreme cold flame we found. With your assistance, we can finally test the secret technique I spent hundreds of years researching to break through the nascent soul bottleneck, Master Han Li said excitedly after introducing Han Li. The old woman glanced at Han Li coldly, remaining silent, while the monk smiled kindly. I heard from fellow Taoist Han that Brother Han, like me, does not cultivate an ice attribute method, yet possesses the extreme cold flame. Is this true? The monk asked warmly. It was a fortunate coincidence, Han Li replied calmly. I heard you created your own cold flame, a rarity even thousands of years ago. May I see it? The old woman asked coldly, her voice surprisingly melodious. Don't be surprised, fellow Taoist. Madam Long is the Grand Elder of the Liu Kui sect, with a unique cultivation method maintaining her youthful voice, Master Han Li explained. Han Li, still astonished, found it hard to believe. He had seen many techniques to preserve youth, but a method solely for maintaining a youthful voice was new to him. Seeing Han Li's strange look, Madame Long's white hair trembled as she snorted coldly. "Do you have any advice for our Liu Kui sex method?" she asked icily. "Not at all. I'm just curious. My cold flame is unrefined, unlike yours," Han Li replied diplomatically. Madame Long, sensing no malice, merely lowered her gaze without further comment. At this point, Bai Mengxin whispered to Master Han Li. After listening, Master Han Li's eyes showed joy. Looking deeply at Han Li, he coughed lightly and spoke. "Madame Long, Master Moji, fellow Taoist, Han has a close relationship with one of our elders. Today, with your help, we can finally test the secret technique I've spent hundreds of years researching. Though the success rate is only 30%, I cannot wait any longer," Master Han Li said confidently. "Master Han, although your lifespan is nearing its end, I noticed many high-level demon beasts gathering near Beiming Island. Attempting this now poses great risk to your palace," Master Moji said with concern. "Rest assured. Whether I succeed or not, the palace is prepared. My fall will not endanger the sect," Master Han Li replied confidently. "Since you say so, I am reassured," Master Moji smiled. "I too have no objections. I've longed to see this secret technique in action," Madame Long nodded. Seeing their agreement, Master Han Li looked at Han Li, who calmly said, "I'm ready any time." Han Li and the others also stood up as Immortal Cold Centipede stepped forward to a nearby giant cauldron, muttering incantations. With a wave of his hand, a blue spell struck the cauldron. The cauldron emitted a humming sound, radiating blue light, and rapidly shrank in size until it became as small as a fist, floating in midair. A pitch-black hole mysteriously appeared beneath the cauldron, with a crystalline ice staircase extending downwards, leading to an unknown destination. Immortal Cold Centipede beckoned the small cauldron into his sleeve and led the way down. Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in green followed closely. The old woman and the monk in gray exchanged glances before following suit. Han Li squinted at the hole for a moment, a faint smile playing on his lips, and then followed as well. Not far inside, the once pitch-black passage began to brighten. Only then could they see clearly that the walls of the passage were also made of black ice. Every few steps, an egg-sized moonstone was embedded in the walls, emitting a soft glow, making them feel as if they were in a crystal palace. After descending about 100 feet, they reached the end of the ice stairs, and the passage leveled out. Although it was the first time for Han Li and the others to walk this passage, each of them was experienced and showed no signs of surprise. Instead, they remained composed, as if walking in their own backyard. After walking for about the time it takes to eat a meal, they finally emerged from the icy path into an underground hall. This hall was made of ordinary green jade, appearing exceptionally ancient, as if it had existed for many years. However, the end of the hall facing Han Li and the others was not a wall but a huge stone door, milky white, about 20 to 30 feet high, covered with layers of runes and some unknown strange patterns, all flashing with various spiritual lights. What startled Han Li even more was the group of cultivators standing before this stone door, about 16 or 17 in number, each at the nascent soul stage. Although most were at the early stage, the sheer number was still astonishing. Bai Yai and an old man with gray hair stood at the forefront of the group. Han Li blinked and instinctively glanced at the monk and Bai Mengxin. Bai Mengxin and her companions remained calm, while the monk and the old woman frowned slightly, a look of surprise flashing in their eyes, evidently not expecting so many people to be here. Taoist cold centipede, who are these fellow Taoists? The gray-robed monk couldn't help but ask. There's no need for alarm, master. These are elders of our palace. To enter the void spirit hall's profound jade cave, we need their help. Only by borrowing the extreme cold energy of the profound jade cave can I increase my chances of breaking through the bottleneck. Immortal cold centipede replied with a slight smile. The void spirit hall, the monk exclaimed in shock. The old woman's eyes gleamed, and even Han Li's expression changed slightly. You all must have seen the 3 void spirit halls in the center of the secret realm from outside. Although they share the same name, each has its own mysteries. The profound jade cave is located in one of them. Moreover, the true entrance to the void spirit hall is not the main hall's doors outside, but through these underground passages, the middle-aged man in green added with a smile. Han Li had long noticed this man in green. Although immortal cold centipede hadn't introduced him, he knew this person cultivated another cold flame within the extreme palace. Despite the man's ordinary appearance, his slightly somber gaze drew Han Li's attention. At this moment, the waiting Bai Yai and the other cultivators approached. Elder, are you really going to open the Void Spirit Hall? Isn't that against the rules? According to our palace's tradition, the Void Spirit Hall should only be opened in times of great peril when we are unable to repel enemies. Moreover, allowing outsiders into the profound jade cave is unprecedented, said the gray-haired old man with a large blue birthmark on his cheek. Though he bowed to immortal cold centipede, his tone was defiant. Han Li was taken aback. How could a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator dare to be so disrespectful to immortal cold centipede, given the vast difference in their cultivation levels? Not only Han Li, but also the old woman and the monk looked surprised. Elder Yi, you worry too much. Although the Void Spirit Hall is typically unsealed during crises, our ancestors never forbade its use during normal times. Our outer disciples have reported that hordes of demons are approaching the island. Opening the Void Spirit Hall earlier is reasonable. Moreover, we're not opening all 3 halls simultaneously. As the head elder, I believe I have the authority to make this decision, Immortal Cold Centipede said calmly, seemingly prepared for the old man's opposition. Even so, the Void Spirit Hall is our palace's forbidden area. Allowing these outsiders inside is highly inappropriate. As the inspector elder, I cannot agree to this, Elder Yi said, glancing at Han Li and the others, his tone unwavering. Han Li and the others frowned at the blunt words, and the old woman even snorted coldly, showing her displeasure. Elder Yi, you indeed have the right to oppose my decision. But if I gain the approval of more than 2/3 of the resident elders, your opposition will be invalid, Immortal Cold Centipede said indifferently. But Han Li noticed that when mentioning the inspector's treasure, the late-stage nascent soul cultivator's eyes twitched slightly, showing a trace of apprehension. Han Li was also surprised. Could the inspector's treasure be a spiritual treasure or a replica? If so, a mid-stage nascent soul cultivator indeed had the power to challenge a late-stage one. It seemed that this gray-haired elder belonged to a faction within the Extreme Palace that could subtly oppose Immortal Cold Centipede. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to be so assertive. But seeing a few fellow disciples behind him avoiding eye contact, Elder Yi's face darkened. So this is why Elder Jin and others were sent away. It appears you had this planned all along. Very well, I won't play the villain here. I hope you succeed in breaking through. I will go to the surface to monitor the situation, to prevent any demons from taking advantage of the situation, Elder Yi said, his face unpleasant but maintaining his composure. With that, he strode out of the hall. Immortal Cold Centipede didn't stop him, only watching coldly as he left. Fellow disciples, prepare to unseal the barrier, the middle-aged man in green instructed. None of the Extreme Palace elders objected further, each taking out a similarly styled jade pendant, which they then sent into the air, emitting lights of various colors. Han Li was slightly taken aback by the jade pendants, but soon resumed his calm demeanor. The pendants were identical to the one Immortal Cold Centipede had given and retrieved from him. He glanced at Immortal Cold Centipede, who hadn't taken out his pendant. At this moment, under the middle-aged man's lead, incantations began to flow from the mouths of the elders. The pendants started to glow brightly, transforming into balls of light of varying sizes. These light balls converged at a point high above, merging and elongating to form a 5-colored female figure. The figure had a slender build and an indistinct face, but her eyes sparkled like stars, making her unforgettable. Seeing this figure, all the Extreme Palace cultivators, including Immortal Cold Centipede, bowed slightly, their faces respectful and solemn. Han Li and the others immediately understood. This was likely a manifestation of the female cultivator who founded the Extreme Palace, hence the reverence. Surprisingly, she was a female cultivator, which was beyond Han Li's expectations. He couldn't help but ponder the connection between her and the void sky hall of the chaotic star sea. The similarity between the Void Spirit Hall and the Void Sky Hall, as well as the appearance of the cold blue flame, couldn't be mere coincidences. While Han Li was deep in thought, the female figure floated towards the stone door under the cultivator's incantations. With a soft sound, The figure touched the stone door and exploded into a burst of multicolored light, which flashed briefly before disappearing. The runes on the huge stone door stopped glowing, becoming plain and devoid of any spiritual energy. Suddenly, a series of crackling sounds came from the void above the stone door, and numerous jade pendants, now lifeless, fell. The extreme palace cultivators quickly retrieved their pendants with a wave of their hands. Immortal Cold Centipede smiled and stepped forward, gently waving his sleeves at the stone door. A wave of blue light swept out like a breeze, hitting the stone door. The door, seemingly made of paper, split silently in two, opening inward. Before anyone could look inside, Immortal Cold Centipede suddenly retreated several steps, shouting, "Fellow disciples, be careful." Han Li was startled, not understanding what was happening. Suddenly, a thunderous roar came from within the stone door, followed by a white, icy wind rushing out, covering everything in ice and carrying the sound of thunder. The cultivators were alarmed. The weaker ones flew back, retreating 3 feet. The stronger ones either activated protective shields or summoned protective treasures. The white, icy wind swept through the entire hall. A layer of purple flame appeared around Han Li, letting the cold wind blow past him without moving. The moment the white wind touched the purple flame, it mysteriously merged into it, becoming invisible. Meanwhile, as Han Li glanced around, he saw that the entire hall had turned into an icy land, but the other cultivators with cold flames were also unharmed. Aside from Bai Mengxin's white ice flame, the small cauldron in Immortal Cold Centipede's hand hovered in front of him, emitting a stream of dry blue ice flame to protect him. The middle-aged man in green was surrounded by a layer of black ice flame, his hands clasped behind his back. The old woman held a yellow cane from which yellow flames sprayed out, shielding her. The gray-robed monk had a faint green ice flame emanating from his clasped hands, forming a green dragon that coiled around him, keeping the cold wind at bay. As for Bai Yai and the other slightly higher cultivated cultivators, although they also had the means to resist the cold wind, their light shields and treasures flickered continuously under the wind, showing great strain. In the blink of an eye, the roar from within the stone door abruptly stopped, and the cold wind gradually ceased, dispersing into thin air. The entire hall fell silent. Han Li's eyes flickered. He made a hand gesture, and the purple flames flickered a few times before retreating into his body. He then looked toward the stone door. Behind the door was a glistening white scene, with countless tall ice pillars standing like a labyrinth. Han Li's mind stirred, and he immediately sent his divine sense into the area. But as soon as it entered the stone door, his divine sense became sluggish, proving that there was indeed a special restriction on divine sense in place. The old woman and the others also noticed the situation behind the stone door, each showing different expressions. Fellow Taoists, be cautious. This void spirit hall is new to me as well. Although I can control most of the restrictions within, there are some I am unfamiliar with. Please stay close and don't stray, or you might trigger other restrictions, immortal cold centipede warned solemnly. Naturally, we would not wander carelessly in your palace's forbidden area. The old woman replied calmly, having discerned immortal cold centipede's concerns. Han Li and the gray-robed monk also indicated their agreement. Immortal cold centipede nodded in satisfaction and instructed by Yai and the other extreme palace elders. This breakthrough could take as little as 3 to 5 days or as long as a month. If those demons attack during this time, follow the original plan to deal with them. If any unforeseen events occur and I haven't returned after 2 months, proceed according to the contingency plan. Yes, Grand Elder. The assembled cultivators responded solemnly. Let's go, immortal cold centipede said, shaking his sleeve. A white array disc, about the size of a fist, appeared in his hand. He held the array disc and led the way through the stone door. Han Li and the others followed closely behind. As soon as they entered the stone door, immortal cold centipede made a hand gesture and cast a spell on the array disc, causing the stone door to close with a rumble. Various symbols reappeared on the door, glowing with spiritual light. Seeing this, the old woman and the gray-robed monk exchanged glances, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. Fellow Taoists, rest assured. Although opening the void spirit hall from the outside is difficult, it is effortless from within. I temporarily closed the door to prevent any disturbances, immortal cold centipede explained. The old woman and the monk couldn't argue with this. Han Li, on the other hand, remained indifferent, seemingly unconcerned. The group walked a short distance and found themselves amidst numerous ice pillars. The white crystal light flashing around them made their eyes blur. These 1,008 ancient profound ice pillars were meticulously refined by ancient cultivators. This is the famous, extreme cold ice soul array. Without the related artifacts, one could be permanently frozen by the array's extreme cold energy. The cold wind we felt earlier was generated by the array after being sealed for over 1,000 years. Even with our extreme cold flames, survival in this array is uncertain. Immortal cold centipede warned without expression. The old woman and the monk glanced at the profound ice pillars, their faces showing doubt. He, no need to worry, Taoist cold centipede. We have no desire to experience the array's power firsthand, Han Li said with a light laugh. Immortal cold centipede laughed heartily, and then shook the array disc at the endless array of ice pillars ahead. A milky white glow sprayed out from the array disc, causing the ice pillars to shimmer and make way for a passage several meters wide. Immortal cold centipede held the array disc and walked in, with the group closely following, careful not to lag behind. Han Li, bringing up the rear, occasionally glanced around. The profound ice pillars were unusually thick, nearly needing 2 people to encircle one. Although their surfaces seemed smooth, a closer look revealed various symbols rolling within, which disappeared upon closer inspection, showing their extraordinary nature. Looking up, the ice pillars extended 60 to 70 feet high, with their upper halves disappearing into thick, pale white cold mist, making it impossible to see their full extent. However, one thing was certain. These ice pillars contained fearsome cold energy. Even from several meters away, one could feel the extreme cold they radiated, which, though not comparable to extreme cold flames, was still far beyond ordinary cold. No wonder immortal cold centipede was so confident. As Han Li pondered, the group had walked several hundred feet, with the ice pillars seeming endless, always closely arranged on both sides, making it hard to believe there were only 1,000 or so. The array was truly miraculous. This situation also secretly amazed the others. After walking for a quarter of an hour, they finally emerged from the ice pillar forest into a bright, open space. In front of them stood an altar-like platform, about 70 feet high and over 100 feet wide. The platform was pure white like jade, covered by a light blue light barrier. On either side of the platform were golden side doors, each about 20 feet high, sealed with ancient talismans. Seeing the light barrier, immortal cold centipede showed a pleased expression. He stowed the array disc and walked to the altar. He raised his hands, releasing dry blue ice flames that enveloped his hands. His fingers moved, and he pressed his hands onto the light barrier. Blue flames and the light barrier intermingled, causing the entire altar to tremble and emit a bright light, as if becoming solid. With a crisp sound, the light barrier shattered like crystal, vanishing completely. Without hesitation, immortal cold centipede stepped onto the altar. Han Li and the others turned into streaks of light, appearing beside him. At that moment, immortal cold centipede stood with his hands behind his back, intently observing the ground in front of him. Following his gaze, Han Li saw an ancient array inscribed in the center of the altar, about 60 feet wide, with a large cauldron pattern in the middle that resembled the void sky cauldron inside Han Li. Han Li's face changed slightly, but soon returned to normal. Taoist Han, have you seen a similar array before? Immortal cold centipede asked casually, his eyes sweeping over Han Li's face, catching the fleeting change in his expression. Han Li was startled but slowly replied, I saw something similar in an ancient cave once, but upon closer inspection, it's different. Just a momentary illusion. Is that so? Immortal cold centipede's lips curled into a slight smile. Whether he believed Han Li's words or not, he didn't press further. Instead, he waved his sleeve, and the small cauldron emitting dry blue ice flames flew out, hovering in the center of the array. Han Li pursed his lips, holding his breath. The others watched intently without blinking. Immortal cold centipede made a hand gesture, flicking a finger towards the cauldron. With a rumble, the cauldron rapidly enlarged, spewing intense blue flames that instantly covered its surface, revealing a giant cauldron. At this moment, Bai Mengson and the middle-aged man in green stepped forward, each raising a hand to release white and black flames at the sides of the array. With a loud rumble, the array glowed brightly, activated by the cold flames. The cauldron pattern in the center shone intensely blue, forming a blue-light cauldron. The giant cauldron hovering above the array descended under immortal cold centipede's control, merging with the blue-light cauldron. With a final loud crash, the giant cauldron settled in the center of the array. Immortal cold centipede chanted strange incantations, causing the dry blue flames to erupt like a volcano, engulfing the entire array. Upon contact with the flames, the array burst into brilliant light, making the entire altar shake violently. The array began to crack open around the cauldron, widening into a large gap. Han Li and the others flew up, peering down with uncertainty. They saw the cauldron spewing blue flames, floating in midair, with a milky white light shining from the widening gap below, revealing a bright interior. This is the largest secret treasure of the Void Spirit Hall, the Xuan Jade Cave. Although this cave is not large, the Xuan Jade inside has existed since ancient times. It was an entire vein of Xuan Jade that ancient cultivators refined into a cave with immense power. Despite the slight difference in name, Xuan Jade and Millennium Ice are vastly different. You all should be aware of this distinction. Even if you search the entire northern land outside of this hall, you won't find many pieces of Millennium Xuan Jade. The venerable Han Li said proudly, staring at the crack on the altar. The middle-aged man in green and Bai Mengxin also showed a hint of excitement. Indeed, if fellow Taoist hadn't mentioned the Xuan Jade Cave before, we would have found it hard to believe that your palace still holds such a treasure. Just a fist-sized piece of Millennium Xuan Jade added to a magic treasure can endow it with formidable ice powers, emitting astonishing cold that can harm enemies invisibly. This is far superior to materials like Millennium Ice, said the gray-robed monk, looking at the crack with some emotion. The old woman also had a gleam in her eyes as she looked at the crack. Han Li, with his hand hidden in his sleeve, stroked the smooth surface of a small golden sword, smiling silently. I have already discussed with junior sister Bai and junior brother Aoyang that regardless of whether you help me break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage, I will gift each of you a piece of Millennium Xuan Jade as a token of our palace's gratitude, the venerable Han Li said with a slight smile, observing the expressions of the three. Are you serious? Even the cold and proud old woman couldn't help but ask joyfully. As the grand elder of the Xiaoji Palace, I can make this decision, the venerable Han Li said, nodding proudly. Even the gray-robed monk showed joy between his brows. After all, Millennium Xuan Jade is almost extinct in the outside world, a priceless treasure that cannot be bought even with spirit stones. If obtained and added to one's natal magic treasure, it can significantly enhance its power. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but admire the dwarf's generosity. However, with such a heavy reward, the three of them would feel obliged to exert their full effort. All right, let's enter the Xuan Jade Cave now. The cold inside is extremely fierce, and you must use extreme cold flames to protect yourselves as soon as you enter. Otherwise, you won't be able to withstand it. Fortunately, there is a specially opened area inside that can resist the erosion of the Xuan Jade's cold, allowing us to sit and recover our magic power. Otherwise, even I wouldn't be able to stay inside for long, the venerable Hanli reminded. Then he opened his mouth, spitting out a blue flame that transformed into a blue bird and soared above his head. After circling for a while, it dived down, merging into his body. Instantly, a layer of blue ice flames burst out, enveloping him. He moved with a spell and floated down towards the crack. Bai Mengxin and the old woman also cast their spells, releasing their cold flames again and flying towards the crack. Han Li, however, hesitated, looking around at the pale golden side doors and the giant cauldron hovering above the crack. But remembering something, he smiled, and with the protection of a layer of purple extreme fire, he followed. As soon as he entered the crack, a layer of milky white cold light swept over. When it touched Han Li's purple flames, a strange sizzling sound was heard. The two seemed as incompatible as water and fire, causing the purple flames to flicker unsteadily. Han Li, startled, quickly rubbed his hands and released another burst of purple extreme fire for protection, stabilizing the purple flames. Only then did he have the leisure to observe his surroundings. The so-called Xuan Jade Cave was actually just an underground cavern. However, it was formed from a rare vein of Xuan jade. These materials, several times colder than millennium ice, were the size of rice grains, scattered along the sides of the cave, emitting a milky white cold light. The deeper he went, the more concentrated the cold light became, hitting his purple flames with sounds as dense as rain hitting banana leaves. Startled, Han Li felt something was amiss. Seeing that no one below seemed to notice him, he reached out with his powerful magic to grab a strand of cold light into his hand, examining it within his purple flames. It seemed to be ordinary cold air, but when Han Li injected spiritual power into his pupils, he saw tiny entities stretching and shrinking within the purple flames, as if alive, unafraid of the extreme cold, unable to merge with the purple extreme fire. What is this? It looks like cold air has gained spirituality, but not quite. Han Li's astonishment was beyond words. If these cold lights could be controlled and gathered to attack a single point, even his purple extreme fire might not be able to resist. With thoughts racing, Han Li suddenly remembered something. Rubbing his hands again, this time, a wisp of crimson appeared in the purple flames. When this alien flame touched the milky white cold light, it instantly absorbed it, merging seamlessly. Seeing this, Han Li's face flashed with surprise and joy. The true sun fire, one of the three great true fires mentioned by Silver Moon, could indeed integrate with other flames, despite its limited power compared to the purple extreme fire. Back when he initially refined this wisp of true sun fire, He had temporarily merged a bit of purple extreme fire into it without any problem. Of course, fully converting the purple extreme fire into true sun fire would take much more than a decade. Otherwise, Han Li would have wanted to convert all of his purple extreme fire. After all, this wisp of true sun fire had a trace of spirituality and was clearly a higher existence than extreme cold flames. Seeing that the true sun fire could restrain the cold lights in the Xuan Jade Cave, Han Li felt relieved. After a brief thought, he flicked his hand, shooting the crimson flame into the cold light where it disappeared. Almost instantly, the green-robed, middle-aged man below seemed to sense something, looking up at Han Li with suspicion. Han Li felt a pang of worry but kept his expression neutral, asking casually, "Is something the matter, Taoist?" The green-robed man scrutinized Han Li and the cave walls, finding nothing unusual. Nothing, just checking if Brother Han followed. The restriction on divine sense in this void spirit hall is quite unsettling, said the green-robed man courteously, knowing Han Li's extraordinary abilities. Han Li smiled, about to speak, when he suddenly noticed something and exclaimed softly. The green-robed man followed his gaze and saw that they had reached the bottom of the cavern. It was a chaotic pile of rocks several 100 feet wide. In one corner of the rock pile stood a crimson stone house. Several openings in the cave walls indicated this was not the only cavern. The cold light here was much denser, and at the center of the rock pile, a giant stone pillar topped with milky white light formed a huge sphere, several feet in diameter, rolling and glowing. Upon closer inspection, Han Li saw the Xuan jade on the stone pillar was thumb-sized, glowing with spiritual light, far superior in quality to the scattered ores at the entrance. Suppressing his shock, Han Li landed with the others. The venerable Han Li, seeing the light sphere atop the pillar, was overjoyed. Wonderful. I was worried about gathering the cold here, but this natural convergence point saves us a lot of trouble. He laughed, raising a hand to shoot a blue ice spike at the light sphere. With a metallic clang, the ice spike shattered, vanishing into cold light. Excellent. The venerable Han Li was more pleased. See that stone house? It's made of sunstone, the only place immune to the Xuan jade's cold. We can rest there, and I'll explain the taboos in this cave to avoid any mishaps, he said. Mishaps? What do you mean? The old woman asked, tapping her staff. In the Xuan Jade Cave, aside from the cold aura, there are some things you must be mindful of. For instance, the millennium-old Xuan Jade here may seem easy to extract, but in reality, each piece has been refined together with the entire vein by some ancient cultivator using unknown powerful techniques. Over the years, the cold aura in the cave has further unified them. Even the sharpest treasures cannot remove them. Otherwise, why would our palace leave so much Xuan jade here unused? If we could extract all of it and refine it into magic treasures, our palace's power would rival the Taiyi sect and the Tianmo sect overnight, the middle-aged man in green robes said with a hint of regret. These Xuan jade can't be removed. The old woman frowned, showing disbelief. Madam Long, if you have doubts, feel free to try. You'll see that Brother Aoyang speaks the truth, said the venerable Han Li with a smile. Oh, really? I'd like to test this. The old woman, her hair trembling, suddenly raised her staff and pointed at a large Xuan, jade the size of a soybean on a pile of rocks. A yellow light shot from the tip of her staff, striking the Xuan jade in a flash. With a dull thud, the Xuan jade gleamed and remained unscathed. The old woman's expression changed slightly, but then grew serious. A layer of fierce aura appeared on her face. She flicked her sleeve, and a quaint green hammer appeared in her hand. With a slight shake, she tossed the hammer, which turned into a green lightning bolt. With a loud explosion, the green lightning struck the Xuan jade and shattered, the Xuan jade glowing before disintegrating into a white powder and dispersing in the wind. The old woman stood stunned. Madam Long, don't be surprised. Using even more powerful treasures would only destroy the Xuan jade, not extract it intact, the venerable Han Li laughed. The old woman looked displeased, but remained silent. The gray-robed monk spoke suddenly. Brother Han Li, if that's the case, there wouldn't be much Xuan jade in your palace. Yet you've been so generous to us. I'm a bit puzzled. Ha ha, Master Mojiu, you misunderstand. Although we can't harvest large quantities of Xuan jade from the cave, we do have methods to extract small amounts. Junior Sister Bai, please show them, Han Li laughed, nodding to Bai Mengxin. The white-clad woman nodded and pulled out a small white bottle from her storage bag. Under everyone's gaze, Bai Mengxin approached the rock pile, opened the bottle, and used her spiritual power to extract a drop of pitch-black liquid. This liquid, emitting a faint gray aura, floated towards another Xuan jade in the rock pile. Han Li's normally calm face changed upon seeing this liquid, though he quickly regained his composure. However, the shock in his eyes was hard to conceal. The others were focused on the scene and didn't notice Han Li's reaction. The liquid drop touched the Xuan jade and disappeared like mud in water. Instantly, the Xuan jade was covered in a layer of gray aura, then emitted a crisp sound and fell from the rock, caught by Bai Mengxin. The old woman and the monk looked astonished, and Han Li's eyes showed a hint of surprise. The venerable Han Li laughed and explained. Our sect's founder left behind a treasure that gathers Earth Yin spirit energy, forming a drop of Yin spirit water every 10 years, which can dissolve stones and metals. Only with this water can we safely extract Xuan jade from the cave. Therefore, our palace opens the Xuan jade cave only once every 1,000 years, each time extracting only a small amount. I see, the gray-robed monk said, understanding. The old woman glanced at the countless Xuan jade in the cave with a hint of regret. Han Li, seeing the process of the liquid extracting the Xuan jade, felt his thoughts churning. Let's discuss other matters inside the solar essence house, the venerable Han Li said, leading the way to the red stone house. Han Li and the others followed without objection. Approaching the house, They saw it was semi-transparent, glowing red and emitting intense heat, seemingly made of fire spirit stone. Solar essence stone, Han Li thought, recalling the term solar essence fire, guessing a connection between the two. Entering the house, they found it empty, devoid of any objects. The cold aura outside couldn't penetrate the house. Relieved, they retracted their protective cold flames and found places to sit. As soon as Han Li sat down, the gray-robed monk spoke. "I didn't expect your palace to have solar essence stone, a treasure comparable to Xuan jade. But as far as I know, this material forms deep within earth fire, only after being refined by solar essence fire. How did you find so much of it?" I'm surprised you know about solar essence stone, Master. These were collected by our predecessors, and we merely enjoy their fruits. Now, let me explain the other taboos of the Xuan Jade Cave and the steps to break through the bottleneck, Han Li said, changing the topic. The monk smiled and fell silent. Han Li, hearing the connection to solar essence fire, felt both joy and frustration, but listened attentively to the venerable Han Li's words. Meanwhile, in a large pavilion of the Xiaoji Palace on the surface, a middle-aged woman in white sat elegantly on a wooden chair, with Bai Yai and a gray-haired elder sitting before her, both looking serious. So the venerable Han Li opened a void spirit hall and took 3 outsiders inside. The woman asked calmly, her voice slightly hoarse but magnetic. "Yes, Palace Master. The venerable Han Li has made arrangements for emergencies," Bai Yai replied slowly. "HMPH, what arrangements?" "The same old plan to hide elite disciples in the Void Spirit Hall if the defense fails. With one hall occupied, we can protect only 2/3 of our disciples if something happens," the gray-haired elder said reluctantly. "True, but if Brother Han Li successfully advances to the nascent soul stage, the threat from the invading demons will be greatly reduced. Nevertheless, Junior Brother Yi, follow the venerable Han Li's arrangements and prepare. I hear 8th level or higher demon beasts have appeared on the island, killing our patrolled disciples," the woman said coldly. "Yes, there are shape-shifting demon beasts. They seem to be clearing our perimeter before advancing. But there's one thing that concerns me," the elder said seriously. "What is it, Junior Brother Yi?" the woman asked, her eyes flashing. "Our spies report that besides the ice wind beast, the demon leaders in the myriad demon valley have also mobilized the blue-backed old wolf. And there are signs that the old demon Cha might take action," the elder said uncertainly. "Old demon Cha. That's impossible," the woman said, her calm demeanor changing. "I find it unlikely, too, but our spies' reports suggest he might indeed act," the elder sighed. "Old demon Cha has been in the human world since ancient times and advanced to the nascent soul stage ages ago. If he wanted to attack us, he wouldn't wait until now," Bai Yai said, shaking her head. "True, but with the appearance of the ancient demon saint and the celestial demon empress in the Kunwu Mountain Seal incident, there might be a connection," the elder said, looking at Bai Yai. The ancient demon saint and celestial demon empress are rumored to have appeared, but who knows the truth? I was there, but had to retreat due to injuries. Han Li might know more, as he stayed until the end, Bai Yayi said thoughtfully. Han Li, the one you invited? The woman asked, her eyes flashing. Yes, him, Bai Yayi nodded. If it's just that old demon's incarnation, there's still some chance of winning. Releasing all the island's restrictions on cold chi would overwhelm most ordinary demon beasts. However, the demonic beasts from the icy sea are mostly of the cold attribute and are not afraid of these restrictions. The gray-haired elder expressed some concerns. Don't worry. We can use the treasure left by the sect's founder to deal with the demonic beasts from the icy sea. This treasure has been kept in our palace for countless years, precisely for this day. With this, we only need to be wary of those few ninth-level or higher demonic beasts. The beautiful woman regained her calm demeanor. Upon hearing this, Bai Yaoyi and the gray-haired elder exchanged a subconscious glance, both showing realization in their eyes. If the palace lord hadn't mentioned it, we might have almost forgotten about this treasure. Indeed, with this treasure, the demonic beasts from the icy sea would be useless on our island. It's just a pity that this treasure seems to only be effective against lower-level demonic beasts from the icy sea. Otherwise, it would be a formidable weapon. The gray-haired elder chuckled ruefully. Very well, even so. This time, the group of demons is indeed coming fiercely, and our chances of holding out aren't great. Let the low-level disciples in the palace evacuate quickly, scatter them around, and leave only those who are useful. Let's avoid unnecessary casualties, said the palace lord. Yes, palace lord. This time, Bai Yaoyi and the elder responded respectfully. For several days, what seemed like a calm Zyaoji palace finally began to stir. A tense atmosphere before a great battle spread almost overnight. Not only did most of the formations and restrictions around the palace open, but many low-level disciples also continuously evacuated from the palace, disappearing without a trace, their destination unknown. Meanwhile, 2 days after the conversation between the beautiful woman and Bai Mengxin, in the stone room of the Xuan Yu cave in the Void Spirit Hall, Han Li, who was meditating, suddenly opened his tightly closed eyes. As the senior elder of Zyaoji Palace, he glanced at the other people meditating in the room and slowly said, The other day, I already explained some crucial points and secrets to a few fellow Taoists. Given your qualifications, comprehending this secret technique should be more than enough in these 2 days. Upon hearing this, Han Li and others showed different expressions and also opened their eyes. I have no problems. I've already comprehended the technique half a day ago, the monk said with a smile. I had already understood it long before, the old woman replied proudly. I'm also fine, Han Li said casually. As for Bai Mengxin and the middle-aged man in green, needless to say, they were even more confident. Now that everyone says so, there's no need to delay any longer. Let's start the action immediately. This breakthrough may take a few days or even months, Regardless of success or failure, I hope we can complete this technique in one go. To be honest, I still have some concerns about the situation outside the hall. I hope to leave this place as soon as possible, said Han Li with a serious expression. Upon hearing this, the others naturally had no objections. Next, the three of them took out stacks of pre-prepared formation flags and discs from their storage bags, walked out of the room, and began to set up several extraordinarily intricate formations around the cave. Although Han Li and the others didn't need to get involved physically, they naturally didn't want to miss any opportunity to observe this secret technique. With their cold flames activated again, they also walked out of the room, coldly observing the movements of the three Xiaoji Palace cultivators. Because they were all pre-prepared formation tools, Han Li and the others set up the formations very quickly. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everything was accomplished. Several layers of formations centered around a pile of rocks, faintly revealing a majestic atmosphere, with runes flashing incessantly in the void. With a flicker, Han Li floated into the air above the chaotic rocks. After surveying the formations, Elder Han Li suddenly turned around and simultaneously flicked his 10 fingers. Immediately, over a dozen magical techniques shot out and entered the formations, turning into as many streams of blue smoke that disappeared after a flash. The entire formation emitted a deep hum, with various spiritual lights flashing. The profound jade cold chi that had pervaded the entire cave suddenly seemed disturbed, splashing and flying around as if cold water had been thrown into a hot pan. However, the milky white cold chi mass on the central boulder remained motionless, seemingly unaffected. Very good. While more profound jade cold chi is better, stability of the surrounding cold chi must also be ensured. Only then can the chances of a breakthrough be increased. Elder Han Li floated above the chaotic rocks, surveying the surroundings and finally showing a satisfied expression on his face. At this moment, Han Li's gaze fell on the chaotic rocks, where 5 pillars of light several zhang high suddenly emerged due to the power of the formation. These pillars of light were misty and divided into 5 colors: purple, red, white, black, and yellow. They clearly were condensed spiritual powers and precisely surrounded the giant rock in the middle. Moreover, there were strands of aurora constantly connecting between each pillar of light, flickering as if they were one entity. Seeing the formation taking shape, Han Li's eyes flickered, and without saying a word, he flashed with blue light all over his body, suddenly transforming into a blue rainbow that shot towards the purple pillar. After the brilliance dissipated, Han Li stood on top of the pillar. The actions of the old woman and the middle-aged man in green were no worse than Han Li's. In the next moment, they too each flipped their hands, each holding a faint blue array disc. The 2 of them pointed skillfully at the array discs, causing a 5-colored light curtain to rise suddenly around the entire formation, enveloping Han Li and the others inside. Immediately outside the light curtain, strong winds arose, and a white hurricane suddenly appeared, swirling outside the light curtain and covering everything inside with a howling sound, making it impossible for anyone outside to see what was happening inside. In other parts of the cave, the originally turbulent milky white cold chi gradually calmed down the moment the hurricane appeared. Only the strand of crimson flame continued to lurk in a corner, constantly devouring the surrounding cold light. As time passed bit by bit, the hurricane in the chaotic rock pile did not stop for a moment, and besides the sound of the wind, there was no other strange sound coming from inside. And 7 or 8 days later, outside the North Sea Island, many demons finally showed their true forms and divided into 2 groups, attacking from both the inland direction and the direction of the icy sea. A dense demonic aura filled the air, and some small sects and families living near North Sea Island were naturally alarmed and quickly moved their residences far away, fleeing from North Sea Island. With such a loud commotion, Xiaoji Palace naturally received the news immediately. Almost at the same time, they immediately lifted the restrictions on the island's Tianshan Yinmai cold eyes, causing the cold chi on the island to suddenly become several times colder than usual, with snowstorms raging everywhere. The demons, mainly from the Wanyao Valley coming from inland, were also prepared. Upon seeing this situation, they immediately stationed many low-level demon beasts outside the island to slowly deplete the island's reserve of cold chi, while dozens of 7-level or higher demon beasts formed several teams and rushed into the island. As for the group of demons coming from the direction of the icy sea, most of them were not afraid of the cold chi and snowstorms of North Sea Island. They directly stepped onto the island, and thousands of demon beasts immediately divided into countless small groups and flew straight towards Xiaoji Palace. North Sea Island is not very large, but as soon as these demon beasts entered, they immediately blended into the ice and snow like mud into water, disappearing without a trace. The high-level cultivators of Xiaoji Palace naturally would not allow these demons to approach the ice city so easily. They immediately began a slaughter on the island, relying on formations and restrictions and the boundless cold chi. Several translucent demonic beasts resembling jellyfish moved forward in a snowfield, barely visible through the white wind and snow. These creatures, called cold charms, were born from the world's cold energy. Despite being only level 5 or 6 demonic beasts, they thrived in the flying snow and bitter cold, appearing energetic and at ease. Suddenly, the leading level 6 cold charm halted, its numerous red eyes on either side of its body suspiciously staring at a particularly dense patch of snowstorm. The other level 5 cold charms also paused and looked in the same direction. The sound of something piercing through the air abruptly rang out, followed by several red threads shooting out from the snow, quickly piercing through the cold charms' bodies and slicing their demonic cores in half. With a few plop sounds, these cold charms shattered like ice blocks, falling to the ground. At this moment, a figure moved through the snow, and a female cultivator from the small extreme palace, wearing a white cloak, slowly emerged. Although her face was obscured, her gaze was cold as she looked at the shattered ice in front of her. Without saying a word, she disappeared into the snow again. Elsewhere, 100 miles away, a Tuzhang tall demonic beast with a bull's head and a human body was walking alone on an exceptionally crystalline frozen lake. It had a pair of pitch-black curved horns and blue-glowing fur, carrying a giant blade the size of a cartwheel on its shoulder, moving clumsily and somewhat comically. However, any human cultivator witnessing this scene would not find it amusing. This was a level 7 demonic beast on the verge of transformation. Due to the North Sea Islands' ban on flying, only level 8 and above demonic beasts could continue flying, while others had to walk slowly to the small extreme palace. Therefore, this demonic beast, which was clearly not adept at flying techniques, had to advance step by step. Suddenly, the giant blade on the demonic beast's shoulder moved as if something had flashed and disappeared. Immediately after, there was a loud bang, followed by a pitiful scream from beneath the lake. An eerie knife mark, several feet wide and 2 zhang long, appeared on the ice surface, seemingly bottomless. The bull-headed demonic beast slowly glanced at the knife mark. In a flash, a large amount of blood water surged out, and half a corpse floated up. Judging by the attire, it was a male disciple from the small extreme palace. It seemed this person had used water escape techniques to hide under the ice, intending to ambush passing demonic beasts, but was spotted and killed by the seemingly foolish level 7 demonic beast. The demonic beast's eyes flashed with a hint of ferocity. It grabbed the half-corpse with one hand and began to devour it directly. After a cup of tea's time, the half-corpse was entirely consumed. Satisfied, the beast patted its stomach and continued moving forward, carrying the giant blade. Similar scenes of slaughter were happening across North Sea Island. Either the lower-level demonic beasts were ambushed and killed, or the small extreme palace cultivators were slain and devoured by demonic beasts. However, these battles involved only lower-level demonic beasts and cultivators below the golden core stage. Nascent soul stage cultivators and level 8 demonic beasts seemed indifferent to these skirmishes. One side remained within the ice city, while the other flew swiftly overhead, ignoring what transpired below. This indifference wasn't due to a lack of desire to kill the lower-level cultivators, but rather because, under the no-fly restriction, it was difficult to locate the small extreme palace cultivators adept at various escape techniques amidst the blizzard. Some cultivators even had special artifacts that concealed their presence, making detection even harder. Occasionally killing a few cultivators made no difference in the grand scheme, and conserving energy for the upcoming major battle was more important. In life-and-death struggles, every bit of energy was precious. As the demonic beasts approached the Ice City, in a certain hall within the Cold Li secret realm, a beautiful woman surnamed Liu sat in a jade chair, listening to a white-clad disciple report on the dispatched disciples' efforts to intercept the demonic beasts. Of the 100 high-level disciples sent out, 37 have perished. We've confirmed the elimination of 128 demonic beasts, mostly from the Ice Sea. The second group of disciples has already been dispatched and is expected to join the first group within an hour and engage with the demonic beasts, the disciple reported respectfully. 37 disciples have died. It seems the time is right. They should be within 100,000 miles of the ice city by now. Inform Elder Yi to start using the sea suppression bell in an hour. This time, we must severely damage the lower-level demonic beasts from the ice sea. Otherwise, there'll be a big problem when they attack our small, extreme palace, the beautiful woman ordered without blinking. Yes, Palace Master. A white-haired, childlike elder responded promptly, sending out a transmission talisman that flew out of the hall after circling once. Elder Ding, activate all the defensive formations. The high-level demonic beasts from the ice sea might go berserk once we use the sea suppression bell, the woman continued. Understood. Another elder stood up, transformed into a streak of light, and left the hall. Also, warn the disciples outside the city to be careful. The sea suppression bell's effect lasts only for the time of an incense stick. Once it's used, it will need to rest for over 100 years. After this time, all disciples must immediately return to the city, and we will close all secret teleportation arrays to prevent the demonic beasts from invading our palace. Understood. As the beautiful woman issued a series of orders, nascent soul stage cultivators left one after another to carry them out. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from the ice city, a large group of high-level demonic beasts gathered at the same place and landed on a small ice mountain. Ahead was the area covered by the small extreme palace's grand formation, shrouded in white mist. The high-level demonic beasts all wore solemn expressions. This group of demonic beasts was clearly divided into two factions. One group, numbering only about a dozen, surrounded an old man and a young child. The other group, numbering over 20, gathered around a slender woman in a silver robe. Interestingly, the smaller group of demonic beasts were all neatly dressed. Except for their strange appearances, their behavior was very much like human cultivators, even looking at the other group with a hint of disdain. The larger group of demonic beasts were ferocious-looking, mostly wearing simple fur garments, with some even bare-chested. They carried various weapons like swords and axes, either on their backs or in their hands, and despite having storage pouches made from beast hides, they chose not to store their weapons inside. Each of these demonic beasts exuded a fierce aura and looked at the other group with unfriendly eyes. The two groups stood distinctly separated on either side of the ice mountain, appearing almost antagonistic. Any cultivator accidentally coming across this scene would likely be terrified, for these were all level 8 or higher demonic beasts, with the old man, the child, and the silver-robed woman being level 10 demonic beasts. Such formidable power could even overwhelm most of the top 10 righteous and demonic sects, especially since high-level demonic beasts were generally stronger than human cultivators of the same level. The elderly man in a black robe had a square, dignified face, bright eyes, and gray hair that faintly glowed green, exuding an imposing presence. The seemingly 6 or 7-year-old boy had delicate features, appearing almost like a celestial child, but his eyes had a faint red tinge, giving them a blood-colored sheen, and he wore a perpetual faint smile. The silver-robed woman, on the other hand, was a graceful beauty with snow-like skin. Despite her delicate appearance, the fierce, high-level, demonic beasts around her all lowered their heads and dared not look directly at her, appearing very fearful. Phoenix Fairy, who would have thought that the small, extreme palace's human cultivators would go to such lengths, releasing all the cold energy accumulated over 1,000 years in one go. I wonder how they'll deal with future threats. The old man suddenly chuckled. Why ask a question you already know the answer to, Blue Taoist? We're not here for the cold essence, but the small, extreme palace doesn't know that. Naturally, they'll use everything they have to fight us. If we break in, no matter how much cold energy they have stored, it would be useless. The silver-robed woman replied coldly. Still, it's surprising to see you personally involved this time, Fairy Phoenix. I heard that you haven't left Ice Abyss Island in 2,000 years, the boy said in an old man's voice, which was eerie and mismatched with his appearance. If it were anything else, I wouldn't have been moved, but this concerns ascension to the spirit world. How could I be at ease leaving it to my subordinates? And didn't you also send your avatar, Taoist? The silver-robed woman said calmly, her gaze shifting to the boy.